Experience. And if you can hear me out there, people, hello and welcome again to the second most exciting live broadcast on all of YouTube. Now, what is number one? I don't know what number one is. I just know I'm not number one. Okay? It's because I don't want to put myself there. I don't. Okay? But I'd like to think so someday. But right now, I'm okay being number two. All right? Not that kind of number two, if you know what I'm saying, people. So we're going on another live here. So this is, as I said, the INFJ Experience, and this basically is exactly what we are. Okay, I'm trying to pull myself up here on the computer so I can get an idea of what things. Okay, I'm trying to pull myself up here. There's a sound check. So I can get an idea of what things. Okay, sounds good. There's a sound check. Right, a little reverb here. Okay, sounds good. All right, let me just turn that down here, people. Excuse me just a second. Okay, get that volume down. And how do we look? Okay, all right, as far as the distance looks good, all that looks good. All right, got to do some minor adjustments here, people. Okay, just give me 1 second. We're still in the process of getting the technical difficulties squared away here, I guess you could say here, right? So we're going to adjust this just a bit down there, right about there. Okay. All right, how's that going to look? I have about maybe a 6-second delay on what I'm seeing and from what I'm doing live here. So, okay, this looks good. This looks good. All right, so yes, we are live again, and as I said, this is the experience. This is our experience. Now, anybody with the rarest personality type on the planet would know that just our lifetime, just our life accumulation of living our life is our own experience. That's right. So we all are experienced. Just like Jimi Hendrix said in that song, I believe it was from the Jimi Hendrix Experience, when he asked that question, are you experienced? Remember that? Old Jimi Hendrix, that's right. Well, I'm asking you people, are you experienced? Now, as you know, if you found out you have the rarest personality type, the INFJ personality type, we know that our life is just that. Now, our life in general is it's a difficult journey we have, especially early on in our lives. We have a very trying life most of the time, and anybody who's lived this life knows exactly what that is. We deal with so many bouts of conflict and confusion and sadness and loneliness and depression and bouts of all at the same time. And we have bouts of just wanting nothing more than to be isolated because we can't figure out our mind because of all this confusion, and it just piles up sometimes. And sometimes it's overwhelming. And it brings us to the state of total confusion, tears, sadness, and just where we just want to be left alone. You know, throw a blanket over our head and just see nothing. Keep the eyes closed and just wonder why this is going on in our life. And we've all been there. Now, I want to say, people, that this is part of our journey. But understand that I believe, honestly, through the experience of my life, I'm going to say that INFJs are geared toward finding solutions to these. Over the course of our life, we work these out, that we instinctively can work them out. And especially as we are more in tune to who we are, in tune to our life as it is, we start to figure ourselves out. We should do that. Okay? Now, not everybody does. I'm sure that some of us may turn to things that are not good for us, let's say, and we may escape the pain of this. But on average, I would hope that we're all forging on only to find a better clarity in our life. That's all we have. But this channel, this particular channel, and this station here is an outreach. Is an outreach for INFJs, and if we haven't found out who we are, if we haven't found the introverted intuitive, now I'm encompassing a lot of the introverted intuitives as well. We all have a difficult one. I mean, there's variations in our struggles. INFJs, I think, have a very particular type of struggle, but we do have struggles in our life. But I'd like to think that there is a place of refuge. We have to know that we're not alone. This is the one of the most telling things in our life is because we feel so very alone in our head, in our mind. We can be amongst people and still feel alone because nobody gets us, because they're not experiencing the same thing we are. They're not in the depths of our mind with the thoughts that we have. And so this is what isolates us very deeply. And so, but just knowing there's a place that understands you, that gets you, that where you have like-minded people that are going through what you're going through. You know, just you realize that the world has actually it's kind of reduced just a little bit. You found your people. You found your tribe in a sense when you find out that you've been that somehow you found kind of a sense of camaraderie, as I might say. All right. So, but I'm going to say that one thing that life does get better as you get older, as you forge on. It takes a lifetime to figure yourself out. It is a lifetime, and it is not just something that you realize in a short amount of time. Every every year of your life, every week, every moment that you spend living your life, even if it's confusing, if you feel lost at times, these are moments that you are learning to cope with who you are. Now, eventually these moments in your life are going to add to who you are. And you can look back on these and realize as difficult as my life was, it strengthened me to who I am now. All right? Because it is all about your latter years in your life. I mean, of course, you're going to experience them as you are in them as you're younger, obviously, but your life will improve. It should. And of course, if you have like-minded people along for the journey, when you realize you're not alone, it helps out as well. That's basically what this channel is. Okay. Okay, well, we have four watching. Hello, four watching. How are you? And if you're new to the channel, if you'd like to say hello, let me know who you are, and I'm going to watch the chat here, and I will be interactive. This is live right now, so yeah. So if you'd like to talk to me, like to talk a little bit, ask a couple of questions, I'm here for that as well. Okay, I'd like to think that I'm here to help. So. But bottom line is yes, the MBTI type, as it's been in its existence since it's been discovered, I'd say since the last I don't know, maybe 70 years. When did it? 1950s when Carl Jung came up with that. I think I just saw a stat on one of a show this afternoon that said 1943 was when it was first initiated, the Myers-Briggs indicator. But I believe it was not quite the Myers-Briggs indicator. It wasn't the MBTI. It was the type indicator for that. And I think later on, the Myers-Briggs, it was a mother and daughter that took it on, and they expanded it into 16 personality combinations after that. So, but yes, but bottom line is it's since it's been incorporated, I'd say in the last 70, 80 years when it is. It's taking off slowly. It has a following, but I guess the point of it is the fact that it helps us better understand who we are. If we break down into a certain personality type, a certain category of personality, whether or not we're introverted, extroverted, sensors, thinkers, sensors or intuitives, feelers versus thinkers, yeah, that's right, and perceivers versus judges. And I know there's a combination. Each one of these four functions as a combination is 16, depending on how they're basically, unfolded. So, but bottom line is, it helps us to get a better understanding of ourselves. It just helps us to have a little better insight. Now, introverted intuitives, and in particular INFJs, this is one personality that really seems to be gravitating to this understanding, because it opens up so many unanswered questions. It solves a lot of riddles within themselves when they just realize that they have this rare, very rare, complex personality type. So when you find this out about yourself, it's actually quite liberating in a lot of ways. It's actually something that it helps us along to understand ourselves. Okay, so that's basically what it is. Okay, but being that INFJs are so deeply confused most of their life, and they have so much anxiety through the course of their life, so much sadness, and they want nothing more than to discover why, who they are, and why they have so many polar opposite, almost paradoxical longings in them, and why it's so confusing. When they finally figure out it's their personality type and the way that they have been aligned, it's a relief to know that, okay, you're not mentally ill. There's nothing. You don't have any kind of syndrome. It's just that you have a very rare personality. Now you're very intelligent. You're very wise. You're very rational. You make a lot of sense. Yes, of course you have empathy, and you're emotional as well. Okay, we have to talk things out. So many times have you rationalized in your head. You try to figure out you're not crazy. You're not mentally ill because you have a sound mind. You are very rational. You are very intelligent. You just have this alignment that is confusing. And we go through this in our whole life. Yeah, we do. But once you find out that there's others out there like you, then it makes the world a little more unbelievable and understandable, let's say. Okay? And that's now. Understand also, people, that the reason that I'm here also on YouTube, this very reason, is that I found this out right here as far as an algorithm, as part of an algorithm. Excuse me, I'm just getting a drink of water, excuse me. As part of an algorithm, about 4 years ago, just about 4 years ago, I just happened to be watching a YouTube channel, and it once steered me into a content, and it was Wennis, by the way. If you've ever heard of Wens, she's out there, and she has her own YouTube channel, and she's an IFJ life coach, as you say. Well, there was a certain video that she had that just was like, why is it like the INFJs like being on drugs? It was something on that idea. So I watched it, and it seemed to, I understood what it was. I understood her, what she was saying. I says, wow, that sounds like me. So, of course, at this point, I started looking at other videos, her videos, other different videos, different content creators, AI videos. I immersed myself into different INFJ videos, and they were mind-blowing. And it seemed as though I understood. I understood exactly, and especially the ones that went into in depth about how the mind is like this big elaborate puzzle, this never-ending labyrinth of a puzzle that just solves problems, sees things. The introverted intuition, how it's abstract, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's been my mind my whole life. So right away, hearing these, it opened up a lot. It just got me understanding that this is what it is. Okay, because I did, like I said before, I had questioned whether or not my mind was right, because I knew I had a little bit of a bit of an eccentricity, if you might say. I wasn't like other people. I knew that, and other people were. You kind of knew. You could see the people. People call you strange. People call us names. They say we're weird. We're a little bit odd. Sometimes we get ghosted. Sometimes we're shunned because of this, and we're left isolated again because, yeah, through the course of our life we have this where we lose people, and people shy away from us because of this. So, but bottom line is, I understood that. Oh my gosh, is that what this is? This is a personality type. And then I never even realized there was a difference between introverts and extroverts. Okay, we knew there were outgoing people, and then there were shy people. They were the people that would just prefer to stay home and read a book, and they didn't talk much. They didn't socialize as much. Those were the shy types, yeah. And then you had the other outgoing types that were just at parties all the time. This is how we referred to them years ago. Then you find out there's introverts and there's extroverts, okay? I was always the introverted type, but I also had moments of extroversion, okay? And it seemed to make sense. There were times in my life where, yeah, I could go and hang out with people and have friends, or long for friends. And I could be, the life of the party, but it was usually short lived. And usually it was just, it reached a moment where I was done. And it made sense that, I mean, that's exactly what it is. I mean, we have a short lived moment of that extroversion, let's say that chameleonism. And then I realized, yeah, this, then they say that there's certain characteristics about this personality, the chameleon as well, where they're able to just shapeshift and kind of mold to people around them, kind of take on a little bit of their empathy in a group, and they start to basically mirror, in a sense, the people around. I says, "Oh my God, that's been me my whole life." But these moments are usually short lived as well. But so, hello, John, Dream Dust, and John. Hello, welcome. How are you out there? It's good to see some familiar faces. I would say faces, but from names out there. And how are you? Awesome. But yes, but bottom line is, so okay. I'm trying to get back to my thought. I'm just telling my story, but it just these videos actually help to open up my eyes to that. And I got to tell you too, people, that some of these videos, as I watched them, excuse me, excuse me, please, people. Some of these videos were so telling to me that they some of them brought me to tears. I mean, sobbing, deep tears. Partly because I finally had an answer to who I was, or at least a bit of an answer, an explanation to what my mind was doing. And I thought, oh my God, it's just, this is something that's very rare. You mean 2 to 1% of the population? And I'm thinking, I can't be that rare. This can't be it. I didn't believe it. And I went many years. I never took a test. I just looked into it. I started studying my own history, my own mind, my own process. Started like really watching very deeply my mind, and realized, okay, I was trying to come up with the alignments. Am I a judger? Do I think long term? Do I see in the future? And then I started just seeing patterns go along and how I planned things. And like, oh my gosh, it's like 3 days ahead of time. I'm knowing on Saturday afternoon I'm going to do my laundry at this time. I'm going to go shopping at this time. And I already got a list in my head what I'm going to get for lunch for my shopping. And I'd even, a couple of days ahead what I'm going to have for breakfast on a Saturday morning. Yeah. So I thought, oh my God, have I been doing this my whole life? So little things, I started really exploring how my mind worked. And how is it? Am I more a logical thinker, or am I more a feeler thinker? How do I make decisions? Do I make decisions based on other people, how it affects other people, or do I do it based on the most practical decision? And I did start noticing that, yes, I do. I make decisions based on, making sure, like, for instance, you see somebody trying to get a shopping carriage in a grocery store, and you're the type that's going to make sure you're not going to inconvenience them, even little small things like that. And it's like you're going to make sure that you're not going to interfere with them. You're going to let them get their shopping carriage, let's just say, before you walk in front of them, or just take before you think for yourself. There's little things like that, even small, minuscule things. You are making decisions based on how it affects other people around you. And I thought, yeah, well, I've been doing that my whole life. These are just small examples. So bottom line is, yes, this opened up my eyes. So I basically studied my entire history in a lot of ways and realized, yes, I was introverted. Yes, I realized I have intuition. I made decisions based on that. I was a long-term planner. And not only that, I just seem to relate to these INFJ videos. I seem to relate to what they're saying. And when I text and talk to you out there, we relate to each other. We understand each other. Okay? A lot of times that's another indication too. If you just have a lot in common with other INFJs, if you understand them, if they just seem relatable to you, and you seem like you know where they're coming from, even though the way they put their language, the way they put wordings in there, because we're all individuals, but we're relatable to each other. These are other indications that we understand. So these are good indications that we have the INFJ personality. Okay, I'm going to read some of your comments here, people. That was my opening monologue. Okay. Okay, John, okay, Dream Dust, hello. Yes, there seems like there's nothing out there. There's nothing out there. My personality scares others, but not by being mean. My 1,000 mile stare, then locking on people. Yeah, John, you're absolutely right, man. That stare that we have, and that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up. When they said that that's one of those INFJ stares. That's one of those we can all relate to that, and we've had that stare our whole life, and sometimes it's backed people off. I mean, literally, I've backed people off to just staring at them. The wrong people. I mean, it can be it can actually help to psychologically self defend you, and especially being a man, being a guy. I think we can relate to that, John. Women, I'm sure too. I've seen my mom, which I believe was an INFJ as well. She had a soul piercing stare that it always scared me as a kid. I've told that story too. I think my mom was, and my gosh, she had it. But it is just what it is. Dream dust. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The stare. It's like everything about the person and no more, and more. And it's so intriguing. You see more, and then you realize you have been staring at them. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes it's just we don't even realize we're doing it. We don't realize what our eyes look like unless we stare in a mirror. Have you ever just looked in the mirror at your own eyes and oh my gosh, they're haunting? Your own eyes can be haunting in a mirror. I've done that just like because you're trying to look into your own soul. And I bet you we've done that, all of us, at one point in our life. And we stare into that mirror, just trying to get an idea of our own soul. And sometimes we can see the depth of our own eyes. I'm like, oh my God, is that what people are seeing when you're looking at them? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes. Do others feel it's hard not to read people? It's hard not to read people. I have to tell myself, don't read this person because I don't want to ruin things. Oh, okay. It's like you want to dumb it down a little bit, or just. I'm trying to figure out what you got by that. I know what you mean. Sometimes you don't want to lead on that you know a lot about them because you figure, right away. Because if they do sense that you know them and you've already figured them out, then yeah, they're intimidated. That's another form of like you've one upped them without them even wanting to. And if you feel like they sense that, they're going to pull back. I know what you mean, right? If that's what you're talking about. Okay. Honestly, I assume. Hello there, Aunt. Ask Aunt China. Hello there. That's a new name. I want to welcome you. I haven't seen that name. Honestly, I assume I was autistic before finding the MBT. Yes, you know what? Good point. That's another thing, autistic. There were times I used to tell people I felt like I had traits of autism, or I felt like I wasn't fully autistic. I knew I wasn't like, when we think of autism, you think of Rain Man, of course, the Dustin Hoffman. And, he couldn't cross the street, but he could count the sticks on the floor immediately, and he could remember a whole phone book of names and addresses. I mean, so that's what we think of as autism. Now that also could be touches of neurodivergence. I had bits of those abilities where I could recollect things and knowledges, just knowing things, and I think we all have that. Our mind works in a lot of ways similar to like autism in a sense, and I think it's whether or not they call that the neurodivergence, where the hemispheres of the brain somehow open and they communicate within other hemispheres, opening up other avenues, I guess. That's basically what it is. And being able to see things and recall things three-dimensionally, and that these are some of the depths of the way we think. But a lot of it has to do with our introverted intuition as well, the way we piece things together, the way those abstract patterns and symbols and shapes and images in our mind kind of work together, and they involuntarily just go piecing together. That can be almost like make us feel as though that's a form of autism as well, because of that way of piecing and solving problems in a sense. Yes. But that's a very good point. I did too. I always thought I was either a little bit touch of mental illness, touch of trauma, touch of childhood trauma unresolved, or just a bit of autism. Yeah, I think we all think that until we find out who we are. But that's a very good point. But bottom line is, but that's what a relief it is to find these channels. Now that's why I started. My point is, people, when I found out, I started this channel because of that very reason. And I started this channel almost going on 10 months. It's going on 10 months now. I can't believe it's been that long. I really can't. But I started it with the intent of basically giving back. I mean, I wanted to start a YouTube channel, find a niche, find something, and I thought, well, what am I good at? What can I talk about? I was thinking something in psychology, something about understanding our mind, understanding just the human animal, basically. And then I thought, why not just do it on the INFJ? Just there's a lot of INFJ MBTIs, so I tried it. That's where I went. But then I thought, about it. If it helped me, if it actually helped steer me into a point of realization, a point of understanding my type, understanding that we are not alone now. We have others out there that that will understand us, that we can reach out to. And above all, if somebody hears my voice and says, really, is that, I understand what he's saying. What is that INFJ thing? And they start looking in, they start just at least understanding the way their mind works. Because I think these fascinate INFJs anyway. I mean, understanding our mind, understanding human nature, human psychology is something that fascinates us, I think, a lot of the times because we're trying to figure ourselves out. Because we, on average, are a very confused soul, a very tortured soul in a sense. Yeah, I hate to say that, people. You know what it is. We were a tortured soul most of our life. We've been tortured in our mind. Just trying to understand this mind of ours, and we've gone through so many bouts of pain. And I can say it now looking back and say, hey, that's just been our life, okay? And but bottom line is, if somebody can understand that, know that this is what your personality is, all of a sudden it's a little bit of a weight lifted off of yourself. Knowing, okay, I have this rare personality that just has conflicting alignments in its functions. Okay, and that's why it is what it is. Okay, how do you think people single? I'm going to read you a question here. How do you think people single us out to hear their life stories, or that we're onto them? Also, our tendencies to study psychological warfare with people who cross our paths. Okay. Yeah, I just think that I think that's just something that, yeah, well, that's nothing we like to do, but it's something we know we're capable of doing. Is that yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we're also very sensitive to people that are just, we don't like bully people. I don't think deep down we like toxic people, people that are just out to take your piece, all about them. And they just want to tear you down to build themselves up. We know the type. I mean, and sometimes we see them doing it to other people around us, and it just rubs us the wrong way, because we've had it done to us as kids. We've had it done to us many times, and because of that, we've gotten very sensitive to it. I mean, because we saw the pain it caused us, felt the pain it did to us, having it done to us, and we've finally rose above it. We've said, I mean, because we had our face rubbed in the dirt, figuratively, we're not letting it happen anymore. So we've gotten tough, basically. It toughened us up, basically. So we have a very, very small tolerance for mean people, basically. Bullies, like I said, narcissistic people. And yeah, we want to make sure they just get bumped down a peg. That's basically what it is. They think they're up here. They think they're impervious. They can just bully people. No, it's like, well, you're not doing that here. But So I think that we have a way of just, but we do it psychologically, like you said. And the older we get, the smarter we get, the more we figure people out and ourselves out. I mean, we get more brutal. I mean, if we have to be, yeah, psychologically. I mean, during disagreements. Okay, during disagreements. Well, okay. I mean, okay, that too. That too. Like I said, if you know somebody's just trying to, yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what the disagreement is. I mean, I would hope that we have enough of a discernment to know that when we are in the right, when we're in the wrong. As long as we know that what we're saying is truthful and we're right and we know it, and they're just trying to spew their nonsense or whatever it might be, whatever their disagreement is on you, then yeah, you just it's just something that we just do. I mean, as far as like I said, it's we just again, it comes down to the whole thing of just knowing that we've had it done to us, and we've had it done to us, and we've seen people that are just arrogant people try to just get louder and shout louder, or just if they can utter out more syllables than anybody else, it makes them more true. Just if they can yell louder, doesn't always mean it's true just because you say it louder. And I think it's just our way of setting the record straight. That's all. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, but that's another thing. I guess as we get older, yeah, it's just something that just rubs us the wrong way. Look, a lot of times, typically, I pick and choose my battles. I hear people talk at work. I hear things. I mean, there's a couple people at work that have certain, ways about them. You know what I mean? But a lot of times I just try not to. I mean, I won't engage sometimes. they might say something. I don't always just defend or try to put one up anything. Sometimes I just plain tune it out and just think, sometimes it's senseless to talk to somebody, so why even engage? A lot of times just a disengagement, or just kind of disregarding somebody, or just like staying out of it is another good way of just not even interjecting anything. Just staying out of it is another way. You don't always have to have a conflict. I mean, obviously, unless it's necessary. All right, but a lot of times just disassociating or just staying out of it is another good way as well. All right, that's what I do. A lot of times I just distance myself. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to get involved. My business is here. My piece is over here. Just me sometimes having to, like, defend anything is just conflicting with my peace. It's draining me just that much. I'd rather just remove myself sometime. Sometimes that's the best way of doing it as well. The FE, that FE, we have here Novak. No, I believe I've seen you leave comments on a couple of my videos before. That FE is something powerful and sometimes takes over for sure. Excuse me. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's I think the FE. I've said it has no boundaries either. I think it has. I mean, it's within a logical limit, obviously within reason. I mean, it has boundaries. Yeah, within a moral reason, of course. But that FE is limitless as far as like how far it will go to protect and preserve. I guess my example is, and I think that sometimes INFJs have micro like sensitivities too. Like my point is, I think just going out and saving, like we have a tendency to like to save, like the world. We like the world to be a better place. Even if it comes down to saving insects, small little things. I've been doing that as a kid. I mean, I see a fly in a puddle and it's drowning and it's swimming. He's still alive, but he's not going to be for long. I know how many times, even as an adult, I'll go out and scoop that fly out of the water and put him on a leaf just to save his life. Little things like that. That's what I mean. The FE has no boundaries. I still do that. It's just something I've been doing as a kid. I mean, I've actually talked to some of you, and some of you do the same thing. So that FE is something that's just, it is powerful. I mean, it's powerful in something large, and something like in affecting our life directly. but it's also micro reaching, like that example. But you're right, it is definitely. But it's something that it's just something that yeah that we have. It seems that it's hyper to that way where yeah it's like we kind of take it upon ourselves to be the guardian in a sense, the guardians of like yeah, of our world. You know what I mean? Now you want to hear a story? Now that you're onto this, no, Novak, no, Nahodovec. Okay, I hope I'm getting your name right. Now here's something that I did. I don't remember how old I was exactly, but when I was a kid, I remember making a pledge, almost like an oath to myself, and I don't remember exactly how it went, but it was basically within the sight of my eyes, within the within the within the scope of my hearing in the space that I occupy. I'll protect, preserve, and help anything that I can within my limitations. I mean, it was something on that idea. I mean, I kind of made it in my own head, and I can't remember. Basically, I was saying that if anybody's in trouble, if I feel like anybody's being hurt, and they need to be, saved in some way, I mean, I'd be there, even if it was a bug. Yeah. I mean, I think that's part of what our FE is. It's like even take little oaths in our head. I mean, I did that. I don't know how old it was. 8 years old. So I mean, it's been like that. And I just still remember that. And I remember. All right. I sometimes refer to it as spidey sense. Yeah, yeah. It's like a burning feeling. Yes. Yeah. Sometimes I know what you mean. It's like I mean it's kind of it's almost like an internal like something you can't really control. I know what you mean. I just want to reach out and have that harmony thing. But in some ways, sometimes I think it's stronger so much when we're younger. But eventually, as you know, it takes a lot of maturity and wisdom in order to know when it's genuine. I mean, sometimes people will, like narcissistic people take advantages of that for that very reason. They sense that. And sometimes they kind of put the broken wing maneuver on, and they act like they need you. So, and like we tend to let our guard down. It's up to us to know that we've developed enough wisdom and insight to know when people are genuine. And that's what I've noticed as I get older, as I got wiser. I noticed I could sense genuinity in when people really needed that kind of assistance versus the ones that were not as genuine. So I think that's part of emotional intelligence is knowing it's got to be genuine and real. Okay. It's a lot of woo-woo talk, but real. Yeah, I know. It's a lot of woo. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's. I guess you could call it like woo-woo talk. Exactly. It's just a lot of. Will you give me 1 second? Listen, it's getting a little dark. I just need to close the drapes here. All right. Okay. Not sure. I'm not sure where you people are in this part of the world. You might be halfway over the world. It might be bright, sunny daylight where you are, but where I am, in the northeast part of the United States, in New Hampshire, it's just now starting to get dark out, right about now. So, okay, so I just had to close up those blinds over there. But back what we were talking about, yeah, the FE, like I said, a lot of it has to come down to emotional intelligence and knowing to do the right thing at the right moment. So a lot of times, yeah, you just have to use your intuition and know, when it is necessary and when it's called for. Yeah, that's all. Okay, and I think, like I said, that just has a lot to do with our own development as INFJs. We get wise. So, but I was noticing too that I think I've been starting to realize a lot about myself. Our INFJ. Now I'm probably at a good point in my life. I'm older. I'm older. I've lived a good part of my life already, and I think that a lot of my wisdom and a lot of things that I've gone through are starting to just pay off in a sense. In other words, all the everything I've talked about, all these experiences that we go through in life eventually start fine tuning and you start being able to have a really good, comfortable mind. Your mind begins to settle down. All the crazy conflicts in your mind, I mean, they do, they simmer down. Now, I think a lot of it is just over the course of our years, figuring ourselves out, a lot of meditation, prayer, and actually, it takes a lot of work. It doesn't just happen on its own, but a lot of times everything starts kind of taking root. Everything starts falling into place, as you might say, crossroads. Everything starts to where your mind starts settling down, your drives start settling down. You don't feel pulled anymore. You don't really need anybody anymore. Not, excuse me. So everything just starts to unfold. You reach levels of peace as well in your life. I think a lot of it has to do with our awakenings. A lot of it has to just do with our trial and error and just our longevity as we are living our life. But when you find a sense of peace and you just get to a point where you are content being who you are and nothing's pulling you anymore, your mind isn't crazy anymore. Yeah, somehow I think that's when you realize that you're getting control of your mind, over your life in so many ways. And that's another thing I like. In a lot of the videos, I have certain videos. I like to point out how as INFJs we can start living a comfortable life, and I think it's all attainable. And again, it's like a lot of times when we're younger, this is some of the most conflicting times. But through the course of our life, a lot of times that's just what happens. Sometimes it's just a natural progression, but of course, at some points, a lot of it is just our own perseverance is all we can do. And I think a lot of it has to do with meditation. I mean, a few people practice your meditation and things like that and just finding your own center and getting out of the confusion of our thoughts. A lot of times there's just certain practices that help us along. Basically just letting things be there. I mean, not running away from certain things. I mean, a lot of times by just letting the conflict be there, suffering through them, as much as that goes too. I mean, I think that's what it is. I mean, INFJs, we are built to suffer anyway. We're a suffering soul. As I said, we have a tortured mind. We've had a tortured, troubled, confusing mind most of our life, and but we've had no choice but to persevere. It's like we can't get away from it. And the only time, I mean, think about it, when our mind is so lost like that, and the best thing we can do is just find total solitude where we have to retreat within our own mind and find, like, even though we're alone, we can't retreat into the world because that's causing more stress. That's where we have to retreat into, are those bunker zones, as I call them, bunker zones. And that's our point of solace. That's how we're a tortured mind, when that's the only place we find our solace is in that quiet stillness of our mind. But the thing is, people, that very spot, eventually, it may feel lonely, it may feel isolating, it may feel vapid, but that has to transform into your greatest form of strength, your greatest resource of peace is that spot that's within you. And it does happen. This is the change where you have to find out, is when that isolation becomes your greatest, like I said, retreat, your source of peace. This is the change within us. This is what we look for. Okay? I mean, most of our life, it feels like our torture chamber, our isolation spot, our lone pit. We feel so isolated and alone, and very alone there. But eventually it's filled with a sense of peace and a resource of fulfillment. Okay? So I guess that's the change we're looking for. Okay. Genesis. Hey, Justin. How you doing there? Yes, Genesis Klager. How are you, Justin? Tom, you're right. It takes years of work to get there. I'm not fully there. I have had some success and also a lot of failures. Still struggling with my mind and my passions. I hope to find peace. Yeah, yes. Okay. I mean, yes. Eventually, see, I know what you're talking about. See, you're admitting that you're still struggling. Yeah, of course you are. And that's part of our growth, though. Understand that it's not a bad thing. This struggle that we're going on, you have to also understand. And I've said this before, Justin, that these are not, your pain is not in vain. Your struggles, your empty moments of your life should not be painful. Now, if you run for them, if you escape from them, if you, let's say, down a bottle of whiskey, or you go and just try to hammer something, if you're escaping these moments and trying to mask them, that's going to just prolong it. But if you stay in there and face them, I mean, if you're out in a windstorm and you put your face in the wind and just endure it, I mean, figuratively, this is what's going to eventually strengthen you, because eventually these will pass. These will pass, but you can't escape them or run from them, okay? But I think you're right. I think you're on the right path. It does always just happen. Evening, Tom. Yes. Evening, everyone. Yes. Yes, we see out there. Justin. Exactly. Okay, we have here Rattle Frog Pond School. Hello from Southwest Missouri. Hope you are doing well tonight. Question: do you feel that you have healed your inner child? Whoa, that's deep. Whoa, do I feel as though I have healed my inner child? That's a good question. You got me thinking for a minute. You got me thinking. Listen, I think sometimes I think I had to almost. You see, in a sense, I had this. I almost had an inner child. Yes, I know what you mean. You're protecting. Somehow, it's like your inner child. You actually see them for who they are, and you know that was the part of you that was hurt, that was neglected, that was left alone, that was left to. That's basically what got us to be introverted. That's basically our first bits of isolation. Now that was Tommy. I call that Tommy, but then there's Tom. So I always, for a while there, I used to say that was Tommy. But did I think there were bouts where I had to almost like convince myself that Tommy was turned into Tom. That, as much as he struggled and as what as lone as he was on those freight trains when he ran away from home at 15 and he was on those freight trains starving, riding them trains through the mountains. I realized too that, if Tommy wasn't going through these moments and bouts, Tommy never would have grown into Tom. At some point, you have to realize that this was all part of what he had to go through to become who he was. But did I heal him? Yeah, I think a lot of ways. I think I had no choice but to see what things would bubble up. And I've actually talked about this too. A lot of times when we meditate, when we try to get out of our thoughts, separate our thoughts, and try to find that inner stillness, and we get into this practice, when certain things that we are not resolved, they bubble up. They come back to us. The reason when you know you're not healed yet is when these things come back and you relive them. When you stop reliving them, you have to look at these in the moment as they come up without resenting them, without reliving them, without having them, without you hating the perpetrator over and over again. When you finally look at them for what they are objectively and just see them and not react to them, not relive them, this is a practice you have to get. This will eventually heal you to where they're not changing you. They're not resurfacing in you. Because when you start, every time you relive them, you're not growing from them. You got to move past that stage. But yeah, I think I've gotten to the point now where I can look back at some of my life history. I see things bubble up, or they don't bubble up like that anymore. Okay, so I think in a way, yeah. I mean, I'm not perfect. There's a couple moments where they come up and I feel like I'm reliving them and I have to do it all over again. Wait a minute, hold on. Watch this without reliving this event again. So I think for the most part, but occasionally, I still bounce or miss every here and there. Okay. But again, if your child wasn't who they were, you wouldn't become who you are today. Okay. It's almost like some of your necessary struggles and whatever you went through as a kid, even as horrible as they were, as long as you have forged on and they molded you into being a better human, better man or woman, then I think that was part of your struggle. Okay, evening everyone. Well, okay. Hello there, Ivan Mace. IX, no, is it Isavan Mace? Is that, or is it, okay. I think we went over this before. IXN, May, I agree. You're healing when you can look on past traumas and events without all the emotional whiplash. Yes, well put, exactly. You got to look on these things and just study them for what they are, not get caught up in the swirl of your mind. Again, that's part of all your whole understanding your mind. As INFJs, I think this is highly imperative that we find a way of understanding that mind. This is where we find our peace, is through our meditation, getting out of the swirl of our mind. We're not caught up in it anymore. Again, I've described it, like it's like being in a hurricane. When you're in the middle of a hurricane and wind is whipping on you and you're in it, you're feeling it. You're feeling every raindrop. You're feeling the wind on you. You're feeling it, right? Okay, well, that's what your mind's doing if you're responding and reacting to your thoughts when you're caught up in them. You need to find that eye of the storm. Like I said, the eye of the hurricane, that calm center. Figuratively, this is your psyche. This is your soul. And during your meditation, you're looking for that calm, timeless, still center. You need to get out of these thoughts. Your thoughts have to be separate. You need to practice that. So when these things bubble up in your mind, you may see them come back to you, but now they're out here. You're looking at them like a bad horror movie. You're sitting in your chair watching a movie. It may look horrible over here, but you're not in it. You're watching it. You got to get to your traumas have to be just observed that way, and you're outside of them. And eventually they fade. You stop resenting them. Okay? And that's basically what forgiveness is. That's all about what your forgiveness is. To forgive is to forget. Okay? And usually, I mean, when we keep rehashing them and reliving them, that's when we're always shackled to them as we respond to them. These keep us in shackles, and eventually you'll find peace when they're no longer doing that to you anymore. You're right. So, but yeah. So it's a lot of it. I've been noticing though, people. A lot of it is just. It's all about finding your peace in your mind, and these are ways of doing that, and we have to be constantly keeping an eye on the way our mind is. Okay, now this is all human beings. This isn't just INFJs. This is everybody. This is a human condition. This isn't just us. But I mean, I'm focusing mainly on our type because we in particular have a very complex, very deep mind. And yes, we know what our mind is. And a lot of times we think and we overthink and our mind never stops. And how many times do we find out stories that even our mind has a hard time stopping in our sleep, in our REM cycle? How many times do we wake up in the middle of the night thinking of things and we can't get back to sleep? We have insomnia. Even our mind doesn't let us sleep sometimes when we have things going on. When we're not at peace, especially when we're having insomnia, yeah, that's our mind being in turmoil, even in our thoughts and our sleep. And you know what I mean? So that's all part of that as well. So it's just very important for us to finally find all these, find out about our mind. Exactly. Eventually people, now I'm still new at this. And as of now, I'm still, this channel, it's starting to actually take off. We're less than 100 subscribers away from 1,000. And so eventually I'd like to get myself into the partners program where I can actually like maybe put out like like maybe courses and things like that, or like videos and things, or maybe ebooks. I mean, I got to learn a lot. Eventually, I'd like to think, how do we write an ebook? Does anybody know how to write ebooks out there? I don't even know, but I do see some of these content creators offer ebooks. I'd like to think that I could, I mean, write somewhat of a book, and with some of the things I'm talking about right now, maybe put it into a legible form that's readable. Steps that we could take in order to improve our life. I mean, I'm not to that point yet, but I mean, see, I do have eventual things in the. See, again, I'm projecting in the future. I mean, when this channel is a little bigger and all that, but I'd like to think eventually I could write an ebook. But again, I don't even know how to do that yet. I mean, do I have to type the whole thing and come up and write it like I'm writing a book? Or do you get an editor? Does somebody on YouTube help you? Maybe somebody knows out there. Does anybody know how they write ebooks? I don't know. Just asking. Maybe somebody can help me out a little bit on how that's done. You could get a free word processor like LibreOffice. LibreOffice, okay. Once you type up your document, you can convert it into PDF files. Yeah, that's what I mean. See, I got to learn that stuff, Mace. These are the things I got to learn. I'm not sure exactly how, if I'm supposed to type or sometimes I know they got speech to text recognition. Like, could I talk into it and it would convert it into speech, and then I could edit out the uhs and the ums, which I have a tendency to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's little things I'd like to know. And do you have to write certain chapters? But eventually, these are things I need to know. But I'm going to eventually get into doing things like that. But I'm getting there. We are getting there. I mean, as of now, okay. There's a little bit of state of the union with the channel. As of now, the channel has 935 subscribers. So I mean, yeah, that's just a matter of 65 less than the 1,000 mark, which is always that's the first goal. That's the first step of a goal, is that 1,000. And then of course, there's watch time, hours, things like that. But I do have a few of these goals I'd like to have, once things become available. So, but I'd like to do something like that. Maybe have a course or an ebook of some kind, outlining these things, So, okay. Yeah. But these are things lots I gotta learn. Trust me, lots of stuff to learn here about about the YouTube thing. Okay, but yeah. So who do we got out there? Hey, we have 9 watching. Hello there. Okay, you could probably do something like speech to text today, but I've always typed stuff out manually. Yeah, I can type. I'm a little bit old school. I mean, I've just had to recently in the last few years. I mean, I might type out texts and emails and stuff. I noticed it's not something that I've learned how to do myself. But then again, I have to adapt. I think that's part of adapting is learning these things. If I want to start something new like that, and I'm going to enter this stage of my life, then yeah, there's things I have to learn. This whole YouTube venture, though, is a learning curve in itself. I mean, there's a lot I still have to learn. Just maintaining this channel and growing it the way I did. I mean, there was a lot of learning there, and but I think it's coming along. It's been 10 months, but yeah, there's so much more I need to learn about too, as far as that goes. So, but yeah, but yeah, these are some of the things I'd like to do. I hear some of the things I'm talking about, and I'm thinking that these could be put down into like a text form eventually. Again, these are things I got to think about. That's all. Okay. So, but anyway, so people, if you're out there, we have 10 watching now. If you are new to the live, maybe you've seen a video, if you have a concern or a question, anything you'd like to ask, maybe about a video, like a little bit of clarity, this would be the time to do it. And listen, people, I'm going to try to be as interactive as possible. And if your text comes up here, I'm going to talk to you. Okay, just like now. Later on, you can get fancier by adding images, chapters, hyperlinks, and so yes, yes, that exactly, yeah. I'm gonna have to do all that stuff. Now it sounds to me, not have do you have your own channel going there? Sounds like you definitely have a little bit of insight and some knowledge into that. But I do see some of these self help things on YouTube. There's a lot of videos on just about anything, and they tell you they do have tutorials on how to do things on YouTube and how to make sure your channel is running well as well. I watch those from time to time. I would have to do those in the moment, like as the video's coming out, add the chapters, add the links, add the little hyperlinks. Yeah, I mean, because I've got quite a few of them out there. I'd have to start doing them in live time. Yeah. So, but I know what you mean. They make your videos a little more watchable when they can jump around chapters and things like that. So, all right. But again, that's. These are some of the things that I'm going to have to learn as I go along. I mean, excuse me again. I have my own YouTube channel, but it's full of random stuff. I don't upload videos specifically for other people to watch most of the time. It's more like online gaming journaling. Oh, okay. But still, you have a channel. I could tell from the way you were talking, you had some form of a channel. Okay, because you definitely got some insight in there. Actually, I knew some of the stuff you were saying. I've read or watched other videos about doing. I just haven't really put them into play too much. I mean, I put the end screens on at the end of a video. I put the end screens on, and of course, I use the YouTube editor. Like obviously, what you could see, you got to cut your video up a little bit. You might say certain things you want to take out that just weren't that good, and I do that. And of course, I got a lot of the uhs and the ums and I stutter sometimes, and I have to cut out these little stutters too. I mean, sometimes when I get hyped up, I think ahead what I'm going to say, and then I start glitching up a little bit, just the way I am, But once I get past that, I'm okay. So yeah, naturally, I have to cut those things out a little bit. Yeah, but. Yeah, but I actually bought a new computer. I bought a Mac Mini, and it's supposed to have a little bit more capability of like doing more graphic things and stuff. I still a lot of stuff I'm going to have to learn. So, but yeah, that's all in the works. That's all in the works. But right now, the most important thing is just getting myself out there. I think the best thing I can do right now is to come out with content. These lives are very good too. I like doing the lives. I enjoy these. I think these are good. I think it's very good to interact one-on-one with people and connect with you out there. And I just like to see some of the, I like to see some of the new faces coming in, some of the new texts, and some of the older ones too, the ones that are established. I mean, it's good to see some of the ones that come back as well. And I do. I like the familiar names in the. I try to remember everybody. That's another thing. I try to remember everybody as much as I can. So, if you want a free video editor, I recommend DaVinci Resolve. Is that free? DaVinci. Yeah, I'm trying to get a free one. It looks complicated at first, but there are plenty of tutorials on YouTube for it. Yeah. Now I thought DaVinci Resolve was not free. I thought you had to pay for that. I know there's some free ones, and I know if you want to, they give you basic packages. They kind of bring you in for free and give you certain guidelines. But then if you want the deluxe version, then you got to pay for like the full app. The full software comes up. I mean, they link you in a little bit. They know how to do that. But yeah, that's you're right, though. DaVinci Resolve and the tutorials are all out there. Everything's out there. One thing about YouTube, it has everything you could imagine as far as tutorials, as far as like educational, everything pretty much. You're absolutely right. There's a free version of it. It has some features disabled. Yeah, see, features disabled. But those ones, if you're willing to pay like a subscription for them, then that's what I mean. They put them in. You're right. No. But that's how they rope you in. I get it. No, but I have heard of the Da Vinci. I heard that's one of the better ones too. That one's very. I heard that seemed to be recommended by most creators. Is that one as well? But I'll have to look into that again. Yeah. So, but these are of course some of the things I'm trying to think about as well. But right now, my focus is, of course, gaining, you know, gaining support, gaining hours, things like that, which I'm trying to do. But yeah, I see that happening. I do see that. It's just things are building up. They definitely are. All right. But yeah, but the channel, I mean, in general, I think the channel has great potential. It just has to be what I have to want to invest into it and how much I want to invest into learning it and like you said, and how deep I want to get into going with it. But I plan to. I mean, this channel, as long as I stay within the guidelines, as long as I just stay within the right YouTube, rules and regulations and things like that. Yeah, I mean, the channel should be fine. It will survive. I mean, got to make sure I watch out for copyrights and things like that, and got to got to got to watch out what I say. But I try to do that anyway. I don't get in the habit of saying certain things, certain words and phrases you're not supposed to say here on YouTube. But I don't think I do that for the most part. But yeah, but that's basically what I'd like to do eventually in the future is do just that. So all right, but okay. Well, we have nine are watching. Okay, so but as far as the as far as the as far as who we are, as far as the MBTI goes, these are some of the things I think we all we all struggle with, and now I think there's quite a few creators out there that are all helping out. Like I do, I watch Wen sometimes. She has a certain way of her style about her, and she has a lot of interesting topics. Now I watched her early on. I don't watch her as much. Nothing, not because it just I've kind of moved on to different things. But the thing is, I guess bottom line is, I think with the INFJ personality, and I think humans in general. I think there's something about the human race in general that needs a lot of focus on. I mean, especially being INFJs. But bottom line is, it seems to me it all stems from how we handle our own mind. These where everything comes down to that, and how we just deal with our own thought processes and how we calm ourselves down. And but I've been noticing that again. I mean, these are some of the blessings of just getting older and getting wiser. Is the fact that eventually, eventually you start figuring things out. And one of the good thing about it too is helping along with your mind. When we're young, we have a lot of things pulling us. We have lust. We have our drives. We have our need for things where, we want more. We think we're missing out in life, so we think we have only a certain amount of time. When we're young, we're thinking we're trying to find these certain expectations in life. Like we're expected to get married, expected to go on, have family and children and things like that, right? These are high expectations that we have. And a lot of times, I mean, society conditions us to have these expectations. Now, these aren't bad things. I mean, we have to procreate. I mean, as a species, we're supposed to perpetuate our race, our people. But the thing is that sometimes when we're young, we're dumb. Basically, we're not smart, and we haven't figured out a lot of things. We haven't figured out our own mind and our own body yet. We're just reacting on impulse. We're reacting on what societal expectation is telling us. Yes, but the thing is, when we're young and dumb like that, that's when the body is supposed to produce. We're supposed to have these things go on. But the thing is, we're still very naive and young, so we make a lot of mistakes. And unfortunately, what it is we make so many dumb mistakes. Unfortunately, we should. Too bad we couldn't find out a way of being who we are when we're older. Like when we're in our 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, we get more mature. We get more, we get everything kind of working together. Our mind, our body, our soul is all kind of complete. That's when we're ready. But the thing is the way we're built is we're stupid when we're young and we make all these bad decisions. Turns out a lot of dysfunctionality comes because we're so caught up in things we don't understand, unfortunately. You know what I mean? I guess I'm trying to put it in the best words I can, and how we're just we try so much to live up to our expectations of what culture has conditioned us into without really understanding ourselves yet, and that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, that's the way we're built. That's the way we're geared and things like that. That's all. So I can't believe I've already been doing this for 70 minutes, over an hour. Sometimes time really flies when I'm doing these live broadcasts as well. So really is something else. But but I think a lot of times it is sometimes important that our parents guide us a certain way. If we don't have good parents, then yeah, we're kind of confused a little bit. And when we enter these ages, we're trying to start our life when we're still young and dumb about it. Actually, I'm just kind of talking off the cuff. I think bottom line is people are the human race, the human nature as it is very unwise as to who and what their mind is and who we are. We're so oblivious to the way into our mind, into our soul, into our spirit. And unfortunately, it takes a long time to figure us out. Again, I think INFJs in particular, we're one particular people that wants to figure these things out more than anything. We focus so much on our life. And I think so many other personality types, a lot of them really don't seem to, they don't have the same focus we do in that department. It seems like it is unfortunate. It is what it is, but we're all, we are. It seems like that seems to be a life mission for us. Is just to find out, and try to like figure our mind out in so many ways. So okay, so we have 9 watching. Well, I hope. Okay. So, does anybody have any questions? I'm just trying to find things to talk about, people. I'm really just trying to fill a couple of the fill those empty spaces as well. I know I'm talking. Part of me's like, I got to come up with something. I got to say something over here. Sometimes I get into these good monologues and you get me jumping down a rabbit hole occasionally, and then I get something. But sometimes I'm like, all right, gosh, now what do I say? I'm trying. Sometimes I'm fishing for things to go on. So, but listen, people, help me out a little bit. You want to ask me a question like that? Some of these questions you ask me, and sometimes some of your questions and some of your comments really kind of get me jar me a little bit. Okay. But that's okay. That's okay. So, but as far as the INFJ journey goes, as far as just basically our personality type, Genesis. Hello there, Justin. Tom, have you ever looked into the 4 temperaments? No, I haven't, Justin. The 4 temperaments is no, I haven't. Maybe you could tell me a little bit. I don't know what that is exactly, but I'm now you're raising up my curiosities as far as what that is. Okay, I figured temperaments. That's just, mean, I know that's just basically the way we react to things, right? So when they say now, I'm wondering if 4 temperaments, is that like a personality trait? Is this like an added kind of a personality trait, or is this something distinctive in our certain personality types? Okay, we have choleric, melancholic, phlegmatic, phlegmatic, and sanguine. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so there's melancholy. Melancholy is kind of a sad kind of a state. That's like a depressive one. Some tells me some of these are more aggressive, some of these are more subdued, some of these are a little more, like aggressive or something. Maybe I said that twice. I'm guessing it's something on that idea just by the names that they are. Now, let me ask you this: these temperaments, are they part of like distinctive personalities? Like, for instance, our personality, INFJ, would there be, are they saying now that there are certain temperaments? And can we change these? Are these changeable temperaments? Which I think probably this has a lot to do with our own state of mind, I would think. Wouldn't you think? I mean, how we're handling our own inner soul, in a sense, would determine whether or not we can regulate these. I believe the four temperaments were classified by the Greeks, maybe Hippocrates, Hippocrates. Wait, Hippocrates. Okay, Hippocrates, huh? Forgive me if my pronunciation isn't all that great, but I have heard of Hippocrates, whoever that is. So it was the Greeks that did that. Okay, that makes sense. I could see that might be something, but no, I think maybe I've heard that once, but no, I haven't really studied up much on that. But that's interesting though. So that wouldn't be something tells me, like I said. I mean, depending on these sound like these they would sound to me like they're states where you are in like obviously a melancholic. That seems like a temperament that seems like a more of a subdued one. I know melancholy is like when you're just kind of like quiet, you're subdued, you're kind of it's it's not an overt one. Something tells me that would be the state of mind that you're in, would dictate how your temperaments are. Now, it would seem to me we could have each and every one of these temperaments in our character, depending on our moods, depending on our reaction and the way we handle things as well. I think we could have each and every one of these various times in our life. I believe much of the temperaments were based on physio physiognomy. There is a channel that explores this protoplaza insight. Wow, gosh, Justin, you got some. You like reading this stuff, really? Okay. If I want to learn more about that, yeah, at least you got me some homework to do. I'm gonna have to look into that. I guess, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into some of that then, huh? But that's interesting stuff there. Okay. Yeah, you got to figure too. I mean, you got to figure some of these ancient civilizations studied a lot on the mind as well. Of course they did, and of course you had, like you said, these. Would you say it was Hippocrates, the Greeks? Yeah. Then yeah, I don't know if he was some kind of a psychologist or whatever, but yeah, they definitely studied a lot about human nature back in the day as well. So yeah. I'm sure there's many videos and many areas about that kind of thing, right? Definitely. So, I think a lot. Like I said, I think a lot of it has to do with. I think these are conscious decisions. I think sometimes. I think our personality types. I think being that we have a certain preference of what we have, what we allow, and they call these preferences. Like our personality type is a preference. The fact that we are introverted or extroverted are preferences. But the thing is, you say to yourself, if they have preferences, that could be what they've labeled them as. But in a way, these are the way we are aligned. They're preferences, but they're also almost like they're cemented into us in a way because these are part of us. We are who we are. I mean, can we think other ways? I mean, just because we are introverted doesn't mean we can't be extroverted at times. Just because we are feelers doesn't mean that we can't think and use our mind and rationalize things. We're both. And just because we're planners doesn't mean we can't do things spontaneously. It just means we prefer to do it the other way. So we have the ability to go outside of our functions at other times. So, but my point is that these functions that you're talking about, Justin, these temperaments, it sound to me like these would be preferences as well. I mean, depending on whether or not we have self control. I mean, obviously, when somebody loses their temper, if it's an angry temper and you lose your cool, these are things that we're allowing within ourselves. We drift into these based on our our level of strength, our internal strength, and who we are. And I don't think it's something that's just we have no control over. And I think at one point that we're capable of having all of these. Again, I don't know much about it. I really don't. I'm not sure if these are supposed to be things that are preferred or assigned to us based on our personality type. I'm not really sure, but something tells me we have control over our temperaments. That's my bottom line. I think that a lot of times we should have a sense of control over things like that. Okay, what do you got? Hippocrates was a physician. I believe doctors take the Hippocratic oath. Yes, I've heard of that. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's something about the fact that they become selfless, basically. That they put their own needs above. Like saving a life, saving somebody, is basically like part of their duty now. It's a duty. It's their sacred duty to save people, save lives, go all out of their way to help people. Yeah, and that's a hypocritical oath. I think it's something on that idea. But you're absolutely right. I think the four temperaments are the oldest form of psychology. Really? Okay, that's interesting. But you've tapped into something that's got me thinking. I'm like, okay, I never heard of that. Hey, I know a lot of things. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I didn't know about that. I mean, so I want to thank you for at least shedding that a little bit. I'm gonna have to look into that at some point. But now you get me thinking about it though too. So yeah, that would seem to be like it was an old form of psychology, definitely. All right, but like I said, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that our personality type. I think some of it, even though they call it a preference, a lot of it somehow is ingrained into us. We have a set way of that we think and the way we respond and make decisions based on who we are. And it seems to be that whether it's a preference or not, it's just kind of ingrained, and that's just the way we've evolved into our way of making decisions. That's unique to us. Yeah, we can drift into our shadows. We can start drifting into these other functions, making decisions. But once we drift out of them, it's almost like it gets out of our preferred function alignment, and then it becomes like erratic. It becomes like we're not making the proper choices anymore. It's like we get into those shadows. We start living differently, and we start so it doesn't really align with us. But again, they're called preferences. Like we prefer these, even though I think it goes beyond that. No, these are more like assignments. We're assigned our functions, and that seems to be the best way we live is when we're in alignment with them and reacting to them and within our function parameters, I guess you could say. Okay, so you got the. You should look into them. I think you will glean much from that. Okay. Also, each temperament would hold for each of the 16 MBTI personalities. There is a correlation between these. Okay. All right. So there's 16 different personalities. So like for instance, you take the ESTP or the ESFP, whatever. I'm not going to say I'm going with the obvious. You get some of these other ones, and they may have a more of a. They wouldn't have so much of a melancholy one. Would they have more of a personality that was more like, let's say. I mean, I don't know. What do you call some of these? Chlora, chlorikic, melon. Something tells me, like I said, some of these are more aggressive, some of these are more subdued, some of these are more tranquil, and some of these are more probably angry or something. So I don't know. I mean, depending on what they are, maybe the extroverted sensor types would have more of an aggressive, more, because they're reacting more on their senses, while an introverted intuitive would have more of a melancholic temperament. Because a lot of times, I mean, as you know, I mean, I'm going to base it on the INFJs being introverted intuitive. When they go into their, when they get sad, yeah, they invert inward, and they go into those they get quiet and they go into their zones. So that would seem to be like more of a melancholic type of temperament. So I'm only guessing. I'm just kind of piecing together what I know. Maybe that's what it is. But you're saying that each one of these four kind of correlates with these different types, right? So, okay. ESTPs would probably be chloriac, divisive leader type, or Sangrian, athletic, and gregarious. Oh, see, there you go. There you go. All right, that's I didn't quite know exactly what these terms meant, but I figured I'm kind of on the idea, like the athletic, gregarious, and the divisive leader type. So in other words, when they start getting a little more aggressive, a little more what, like bossy, a little more authoritative, when they're getting like their temperament kind of thing, because ESTPs tend to be like, yeah, they're the strong types, they're athletics types, they're very much into their strength, their physical body, physicality, they're wired different, their mind and their whole nervous system is very much into their nervous system, their physical, their their coordination, things like that. While we're wired more into like more of our sensing, our feeling. I mean, ours is wired to feel, to actually pick up vibrations, pick up like more senses. Like I said, like empathy and things like that are picked up more from our nervous system. It's wired differently. So maybe the temperaments are wired differently as well. Okay, but I could see that. INFJs and INFPs probably melancholic, I would say. Yeah, see, that's what I said too. Because melancholic is just that, we're the type that kind of go inward, and when our temperament is what it is, we tend to reflect inward, and we think, and we process internally, and sometimes we go quiet. Sometimes we go, inside. It may look like we're shutting down, but we're not. We're just kind of going inside our mind, and we're starting to compute, think, and we may even need to just isolate a little bit, which would be melancholic. See, I figured that's what that meant. Okay, but again, I don't know exactly a lot about it. I'm just kind of using my common sense here to figure out what those mean. But that's interesting stuff, though. What you're bringing up there. I do want to say I'm glad you kind of brought that up. See, this just means you people are out there doing your homework. This is something that you're interested in. You looked into. I never did. I mean, but I look into other things. I have my own, things, a point of interest, and a lot of you have so much to offer in that way. So, but no, I would say that too. I would say that's definitely something we tap into, these different, like I said, these personality traits here. That's interesting stuff, though. Really is. So, but okay, 12-hour watching. I started 88 minutes ago. It's hard to believe it's already been close to an hour and a half already. So, okay, it's 8:07 Eastern Standard Time. I'm not sure where it is in your part of the world. Is there anybody from outside the United States? Anybody watching that is from anywhere else? Maybe from, the United Kingdom. I get a lot of. That's another thing I find fascinating, is that I get a wide variety of an audience here. I get people from Australia sometimes. I've had people from the Philippines, Israel. I've had somebody from Pakistan, conversations as well. So pretty much anywhere in the United States or the world for that matter, I've spoken to people from different areas, and I mean you can tell by the way that they communicate. Kansas City, Missouri. Hello there. Broke Whitman. Yes, I'm from Kansas City. I came back. Oh, okay. I believe we talked before. I seem to remember Kansas City. I remember that. I remember your name from a previous live broadcast at one point. Yes. Well, it's good to see you back in Kansas City, Missouri. All right. Awesome. I would imagine that would be Central Time. I'm just guessing. That's about an hour behind me. So I am in the wonderful state of New Hampshire. I've mentioned that before. I make no bones about it. I'm from this little tiny state called New Hampshire up in the northeast part of the United States, and I'm in a real rural part of. New Hampshire's very rural. It's very small, especially the further north you go. And I'm right in the middle. I'm like, I'm gonna say, I'm probably 20 minutes from the Lake Winnipesaukee. I mean, maybe a half hour. It depends. If I drove, I could hit Lake Winnipesaukee in about a half hour, and hit some of the other lakes like Lake Winnisquam. There's a few other lakes in the lakes region. Beautiful area, but I love it up here. Yeah, last weekend and Brook Silly. Yeah, no, I remember. I do remember that, but I hear it. It's beautiful there. Oh, in New Hampshire? Oh, yes, it is. It's beautiful up here, no doubt. I mean, I think every part of our country, this wonderful country we have, has its own unique beauty about it. I know Missouri. I've never actually been to Missouri. I've been to a few different states, but Kansas City, and on the other side, if I remember right, Kansas City isn't that there's Kansas City, Missouri, and then there's Kansas City, Kansas too, and it's almost like the Mississippi River divides the two. So you have two Kansas cities. It's like two but one, two different states call themselves Kansas City. Missouri is the more famous one, but then you got Kansas City, Kansas, which is just on the other side of it's either the Mississippi or the Missouri, if I remember right. If I remember my geography, that is. And but no, I've never actually been there, but looks beautiful. Yeah, it's right near the St. Louis area too. Yeah. You're not missing anything, LOL, but for real. Okay, you're talking about the Kansas City, Kansas side? It's probably different, right? On that side of the river? Is that what you mean? Yep, okay. All right. All right. So I'm not missing anything. Yeah, okay. I've driven through misery. LOL, JK. It wasn't that bad. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, well, okay. All right. I guess so now we got a little bit of a geography lesson on Kansas City. Yeah, Kansas City, here we go. All right. Yeah. But, but like I said, bottom line is I got an audience all around the world. That's one thing I find fascinating about the internet, about YouTube, about basically the World Wide Web, is how this can be transmitted within seconds, halfway around the world, being watching live. I never would have ever believed it to be possible. Back 40 years ago, somebody would tell me that I'd be able to have this device, this thin little device, probably the size of 2 packs of cigarettes, but a little bit narrower even, and have a screen, like a TV screen on one end, and I'd have a camera, and I could broadcast to the world. I never would have believed it. Never. But we're doing that. That's what we are. Okay? But bottom line is, yeah, okay, gosh. Okay, I'm down to 6 people. I think I'm losing audience of people. They want to talk. They want more substance. I gotta stay on course here. Okay, I don't want people, getting bored of me. Maybe that was a little too much small talk there. Maybe that's what it was. I mean, part of me wants to reach out and communicate, reach out to some of you at the same time. But then I start doing that, and people are like, oh no, it's small talk. He's talking about Kansas City. I don't know. So I'm like, yeah, I'll try to reach out a little bit, and it's like, all right. If you have any questions, again, people, I'm here There's a church that I would like to visit in Kansas City someday, the St. Mary's Egypt Orthodox Church. Oh, no way, huh? Okay. So Justin, there you go. I had no idea about that. Egyptian Orthodox. Wow. Okay. That's is that a Christian church? Is that what that is? I'm just curious. I don't know if that Egyptian Orthodox. I believe they adopted Christianity, if I remember. Even the ancient Egyptians, the word got out, and yeah, they had their own sect of Christianity, and maybe that's what it is. I'm guessing. Okay, when you say Orthodox, usually that means. I mean, I think that's a Christian thing. I'm guessing, right? But that's interesting. That is interesting. Sometimes it's kind of neat to explore some of these churches occasionally. Like some of them are really beautiful. Like I know I'd like to visit St. Peter's Cathedral Square someday. That's one of the largest churches on earth. I don't know if I'm ever going to make it to Rome. I mean, I've never been to Europe. I mean, I'd have to be very, very wealthy someday. I'd have to think someday before upon my retirement, I make a lot of money and I'm able to travel. I don't know if that's ever going to be me. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be the traveler type, but it'd be nice to think so. But gosh, just traveling like that would be a lot of money. Although I'd be just traveling within your own country, that'd probably be the more economical thing to do. I mean, that's doable though, Justin. Yeah, that would be doable. At least seeing something like that in Kansas City. Yeah, I mean these are attainable things to do. So St. Mary's just lived in Egypt. The church is under the Serbians. I go to the Russian Orthodox Jews. Oh, okay. You said you lived in Egypt. Is that right? So is that right? I'll go with you for sure. Hey, there you go. Hey, it looks like Brooke will go with you. So if you're ever in St. Louis, excuse me, not St. Kansas City, you have to get in touch with Brooke, and they'll go with you. Okay, Brooke. Okay, there you go, Brooke Whitman. Well, there you go. Hey, that'd be interesting. Hey, that would be. I'm sure you'd find each other fascinating. I'm sure of that. I'm sure we'd all find each other fascinating. Could you imagine if all of us were in one room or in one place? Oh, it makes you wonder how fascinating that would be. Would we be able to stand each other for long? What would a room full of INFJs be like? Being that they're introverts, but now they're extroverted with each other. Wouldn't that be kind of a contradiction? Or would they actually find each other's company stimulating and not draining? I just wonder. Or would they get in each other's nerves or what? What would happen, I wonder? That'd be quite an experiment now, wouldn't it, right? I don't know. Xavier, I'm not sure I'd be the most interesting person. Haha. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, not really, huh? The funny thing is, right? I know I'm doing a lot of talking right now. Usually when it's just me and I'm at work, or if usually I'm very quiet when I'm with people physically. At work, I don't talk to a lot of people. I do. It's just like I'll talk just to, I'm polite and everything. I mean, I'm courteous, polite. I'm not like a jerk or anything, but a lot of times I'm very quiet. I mean, maybe it doesn't look like that here. I mean, I'm on this. I'm trying to keep this live going. I kind of have to talk a little bit, but I'm not usually that talkative too much when I'm with people, in person though. Yeah, so I don't know if I would be. So that's an interesting question. But yeah, that is what it is. That is being that we're so introverted. I think you're probably like that too. You're probably just quiet, so you're thinking you wouldn't be that interesting. I probably wouldn't be either. So I mean, that's just one of the many fascinating paradoxes of this personality type that we have. Is it depends. Like we peak at certain times. I've noticed. I know I do. There's certain times it depends on your energy level. It depends on your level of let's say you're reaching out. Okay, maybe your proximity connection, which I've talked about before. Yeah, if you don't know what that is, that's something I came up with about a month ago. I put a video out about that. The proximity connection basically is sometimes we have our FE. I mean, we're introverted people, right? We typically are, okay? And we like to spend a lot of time alone, but occasionally our FE, our second function, needs to be, let's say, it reaches out, okay? Now, maybe what I've said that we have is a proximity connection is the fact that I think INFJs will actually gravitate toward going to places where people are, where there may be gatherings of people. Maybe they're only there temporarily. Like let's say you go to a restaurant or a bar, maybe a flea market or a store, anything where there's people. Maybe you don't know these people, you don't have anything that you directly know, but you just are picking up the vibe. Somehow your FE, at some point you reach and you need to make these connections. Even if you're not directly in contact with people, you may not be reaching out with people directly, but you're in the proximity of a connection. And just enough to absorb energies, just enough to feel the empathy, feel the vibes of the room, feeling people around you, just enough. And we might do this subconsciously through the course of our life, you know. Yeah, I think INFJs do this. This is something psychological that we may do at some times in our life. We're drawn to people. We are the most extroverted, introverted type anyway. And a lot of times, sometimes we're alone, but we need to reach out. And sometimes we just have to be in these areas. So sometimes we reach for these. And a lot of times that's where we're getting a little bit of our fix. I mean, and now some people might take it different and they have to go and they may go, maybe they got a friend group. Maybe they got certain people, they hang out for a little bit. They go to their parents or their brother, you know, whatever it is. But then there's those proximities where they're just going to find people, random people. And just being around certain people can give you a little bit of basically an FE because your FE needs to reach. And I think that's what it is. I mean, so that's what I called that. Okay. So what do we got? I'm much more talkative via text and online than in person. Yeah, me too. I'm the same way. Of course, I tend to do that. I see you, see me. Hello there. How you doing? We all read the room and go on an endless NITI loop. Did I say the right thing? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. While all wearing our hoodies and South Park Kenny t-shirts. Oh, South Park Kenny t-shirts. Oh, okay. Are you talking about that proximity thing I was talking about? Yeah, just being in the room in that way. Yeah. Yeah, I think I could see that. See, that's something that I can relate to. I never would have come up with that reference. I mean, I'm not really into the South Park thing. I know what it is. I know it's a cartoon. That's a very long running cartoon series, but I've never watched South Park. But you know, but LOL, hiya. Yes, yes, I see you, see me. Yes, how are you? Okay, but that's basically what it is. I think sometimes maybe you find yourself doing that proximity connection. I mean, I think that's something that occasionally we tap into, and we may be drawn to these crowds, even if they're strange crowds. They're just places where people are, and I think a lot of times our empathy, we need to feel. We need to feel vibrations. We need to feel things sometimes. I know sometimes they're typically these drain us, and on toxic ones, negative ones typically drain us. But when we're charged, if we've been away from it too long, say we've been isolated or maybe we've been alone a bit, and we've spent a lot of time alone, I find myself doing this. Now, I've only based this on who I am and what I do, and I find myself drawn to these places every so often. Like I got a local pub I go to. It's not that far. It's probably maybe 15-minute drive from my house, and it's a restaurant. And sometimes I go in there and I have a beer. I sit at the bar. I usually sit by myself, and the staff knows me. You know, hey Tom. You know, they come over, they shake hands, and hey, how you been? You know, I'm just, it's good to see you, kind of thing. You know, so the staff knows me. You know, I'm a pretty good tipper. Not like a good enough, But sometimes I order something and I hang around, and sometimes I'm just there. I mean, I just need to be in that presence, and I know there's people all around, and I mean, I'm like I said, the staff knows me. I'm not like approaching people. Sometimes I talk to people, small talk, if they sit next to me here and there. But I feel like I need to do that. And I've been doing that most of my life. And then I finally realized that's what that is. And then it just dawned on me. Now, understanding who I am, understanding what exactly INFJ is, and understanding that that's a second thing, the FE. And occasionally we tend to need to reach out, and even if they're just those random proximities. So I figured that out about me. I says, hey, you know what? I could see that, because then when I'm done with that, I could just leave and say, okay, I've had enough of this. And I mean, I leave after an hour or two, whatever, how long I stay there. And but usually that fills a little bit of a void. It's like it's something that you needed just to have. You just needed to pick up those little bit of vibrations and emotions and things temporarily, just to get you fix almost. Now that's another way too, as INFJs, if you're aware of this too. Now this can help you out as a lot too. Sometimes just knowing this about yourself and understanding yourself, and this was a revelation that helped me to understand me in a healthy way. It's okay to do that. Okay. Obviously you want to find, decent places. You don't want to go into a bad area or like a toxic place that's dangerous, or you got to watch out where you go. I mean, you got to use your common sense, obviously. But if you go into these proximity places and just know that that's what you're doing, just in the back of your mind, just knowing that, it can actually help to regulate you. Okay, so you don't feel like you're so alone that you can't find anybody. Say you don't have to personally, find somebody. And I mean, you could just be in these proximities and just kind of absorb some of these energies for a little bit. It will help to regulate you if you're going through these situations where you need to find those connections. Sometimes that might be all you really need to do sometimes. Okay, that helps me. That helps me, and it keeps me a little more balanced. But it's something that you have to know that you do. It's just something that you have to come to a realization about yourself. Okay? So, again, I could put that as a chapter, a couple of chapters in my book. What do you think, huh? The proximity connection. Oh, hey, Eve, IVN 357. Hi, Tom. How you doing? There's somebody I recognize you. How are you? I'm doing fine myself, and I hope you're doing well as well. Okay? We're talking a little bit about a lot of things. We're talking about everything and anything. As long as it's on task, yeah, there you go. But I'm doing just fine. Jethro! Hey, I see Jethro came in. I was so busy talking. Okay, I'm going to get caught up in what we're talking about. It's good to see Jethro's out there. Hey! All right. Yes, evening, Jethro. Definitely. Okay, I'm seeing some of you coming back. All right, that's awesome. You see, eventually, I start seeing the regulars come in. I see some regular names out there. I'm always happy to see some of the. Yeah, there you go. The fist bump, man. Awesome. Yes, but okay. What do we got? Brooke Whitman. Caliber your aura, your vibrations. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You mean talking about what I was talking about, Brooke? Yeah. I mean, it's just something that, it's just something that helps me out. I've noticed, and it helps to keep me like kind of regulated, in a safe way, just kind of a regular way without having to feel like, not to say I'm lonely. I don't get lonely. I don't feel like I'm to a point now where I don't really get lonely. Like I reach out and I have to have people to comfort me, or validation, nothing like that. But occasionally though, you do have to have these proximities, and these are enough. But if you're aware of what you're doing, I'm telling you, they help. They definitely do. Yes. Genesis. Yes. Okay. Jethro's doing all right. Hey, how's DoorDash? You still doing the DoorDash job, Jethro? Hey, by the way, is that full time for you? Because DoorDash, I know it can pay pretty well depending on how much you put into it. It's kind of like Uber. So I do know that. So, yes, exactly. Okay, as long as I'm on the same page as that. Okay, awesome. Yeah, but okay, I want to just check something here, people. I just got to give this a quick check into. All right, there we go. All right, yep, still the same here going. All right, what happened? I shrunk myself. There we go, a little bit bigger. But that's, I would say, is wait, I don't want that screen either. Kind of dubbing around right here. But let's see. I am, but my car is messing up. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, that's one of the downsides. I mean, for every pro, there's a con. Yeah, your car's going to take a hit. Of course it is. It's all the mileage, all the brakes, your oil changes, all your wear and tear. When I did Uber for I did Uber a couple of years ago. I had to get through a summer, and yeah, I made good money doing it, but I finally just decided that I didn't want to keep doing that too much. You know what I mean? Only because I made the money I needed to, and then I just decided I was good. I didn't need to keep doing the Uber, but I had some back taxes to pay, which I got them paid off. Yes, yes, DoorDash can make good money, but it's a 24 hours up to me. To me, how much? Yeah, well, obviously you gotta. I think you can work at your own pace, make your own hours. You just, it's like you log in. It's kind of like Uber. I've done that too. Like you're on your line. It's all through your phone. If same thing. You apply online. You just get all your accolades. They get your whole system in there. They do your background check, and then you just start. You get online, and oh, did it from Uber's amazing. I was amazed at the sophistication of how Uber worked right on your phone. And yeah, but I had a run in with somebody toward the end. I had a customer. I can tell you this story. What happened with me with Uber? Why I finally was done with it. Now, obviously, you're letting people come into your car. You're like a taxi. You know that. I mean, for the most part, everybody's cool. They sit in the back seat. They keep quiet. You just give them a ride. They give you that virtual tip online. They get out and it's like, oh, so and so gave you a $5 tip. And it's all in there. Or sometimes they give you cash. It depends on what's going on. But there was a couple of times I would stay away from certain large cities. Like as you know, I'm in New Hampshire, so it kept steering me into Manchester. If you ever heard of Manchester, that's the largest city in New Hampshire, and there's areas of Manchester that at night they're kind of dangerous. I mean, it's just it's a place with bad vibes. I'm there every night with my job anyway, and I kept getting steered to go down there, but there was a lot of work down there, but it was sketchy. So I tried to stay away from that. Well, one time, bottom line is, I was in a different town. I just happened to get a call. I was ready to end it, and I got a call, and I thought, all right, I'll take this one last fare, And so I go to give this guy a ride, and he was going to move, and he loaded up my back seat and my car with everything. I mean, right up to the ceiling with junk, with his stuff, bags and boxes and everything. And then he goes to get into my car, and he puts a box on my front seat, right on the front seat, and he takes a plate of pizza in there without even asking. Now, I don't want people in my car eating. I mean, you can't do that. You got to have certain guidelines. No food or drinking. No smoking, no vaping in your car. You got to have certain guidelines, right? So I told him, I says, guy, please, I don't want you to eat in my car. And he's like, why? And I said, because I don't want you. And he's like, why? And I'm like, well, because I don't need you to make a mess in my car. And then he says, well, I'll come back. So now he goes into his house. And then I thought he was just going to maybe quickly eat his pizza and come back out in a couple minutes. And then I see the thing ticking. He went out. He was in there for almost 10 minutes. And then I'm thinking, you know what? He loaded up my car. This guy's making me wait. He could have done this. He knew I was showing up. He kind of is interfering on my time. So I decided to cancel the ride. And I already got his car loaded up. And I'm like, all right, he's taking too long. I get out. And then there was some friends outside. I said, hey, where's your friend? Hey, I'm going to cancel this ride. So finally, I start pulling his things out of the car. I started taking the bags out, and I was just going to put them on the curb. And then he said, what are you doing? I'm saying, I'm canceling the ride. Then all of a sudden he snapped. He started getting all snappy and he started yelling at me. He's like, you effing this. And he started swearing. He starts calling me every name in the book. You effing, blah. So he's unloading his car. He tells me, don't touch my effing stuff. And he's getting really angry. So, but me, I had to just keep my composure. I just stood there. I quieted down. I kept watching him, watching his moves, and a couple of times he would just say, I ought to smash your effing thing. And he was getting threatening, right? And then he a couple of times he lunged at me, like he stepped his foot and he got in my face, like he tried to get close, try to startle me. So I just kind of threw my hands up, like self-defense, I didn't say a word. I just put my hands up, okay, and then he did it again. So I just kind of stayed back, kept my mouth shut, let him just spew everything he could, and I just kept my calm, right? And then he started stammering, like he started repeating things over and over again, like you're old, you're this, yeah, I'm gonna, like he wasn't getting the reaction he wanted, right? He wanted me to basically go down to his level and start responding to things he was saying. He was throwing slurs out there. I mean, just saying anything he could to get a reaction. And I just, at one point, I said this. I said, I do want to thank you, sir, for one thing, for actually helping to confirm my decision in not giving you this ride. And I said it just like that. And he was like, really? And then he started getting all agitated again. That's all I said to him. I basically help you, thanks for confirming it, but basically because what you're doing, And so bottom line is, finally, I did a couple more rides after that with the Uber, and then I decided, okay, I'm going to take this weekend off. And then I never went back. And then that kind of came up. I just said, what, as much as you had the job, little things like that came up. That particular instance came up, and I says, I don't need this. I really don't. This guy got irate. Luckily, I had something under my vest. I think I was wearing my vest. I always wear the vest. And I think I had a little something there just in case. And I made sure I just kind of, subconsciously, all you have to do is just reach inside your vest a little bit, give him a real confident look, and that's enough to say, you don't know what you're going to pull out of that vest. Well, that's what I did. Bottom line is, he was just all talk. You know what I mean? But anyway, Jethro, that's maybe with DoorDash, you don't have to actually give people rides. You're still riding around. You're delivering things. But that got me more than anything. I finally just, I said, okay, I think I've had enough. It's like it took a lot out of me. As much as I kept my composure and everything, I just says, you know what, screw this. I mean, I just was thinking about that for a long time. It's like, do I really need this? But I do a DoorDash as long as I don't want people in my car loading up my car like that. That I wouldn't do. I mean, I got a little bit out of it for a summer, but I was good after that. So yes, DoorDash can make good money. It's a 24 up, 7 as much. So yeah, but anyway, so I told that story a couple of times. It actually was, I couldn't believe it was happening as it was happening. It looked like it was something you'd see on like one of those movies, but I just, I kind of kept my composure. I kind of kept my cool, and that's all I could do. I mean, I tried to remain professional, Oh, and then at one point too, right? I forgot to tell you this too. As he came out, he unloaded his stuff, and I was closing the doors of my car. Now this guy was irate. He came out again, and I made sure I didn't turn my back on him. I mean, I stood right in front of him, and I walked backwards, and he goes, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Are you afraid of me?" And he was like just talking like that. And I'm like, no, I just didn't say a word. I just kind of backed up because I don't know if this guy's going to put something in my back. This is stuff, you just got to know. The people can be crazy when they're acting like that. You don't know. You got to watch these people at all times and keep your composure. You got to keep your cool while they're losing it. You know what I mean? But but I said, you know what? That's enough of that. But that was my Uber story, and that's that's why I thought maybe I'll try YouTube. That there's something that I can wean into it, right? But that's my story there, Okay. Well, okay, we got 13 watching. Okay. All right. So I hope you found that story interesting. That's what happened. That was about almost, that was going on 2 years ago by now, I would think. So, but, wow, what a situation. So Jethro, you got 420,000 miles left on my warranty. 420,000 miles left on my warranty. Now, what do you have, a Kia? Do you got a Kia? That's the only car I can think of that has that kind of a warranty. What kind of car do you have? Yeah, door just makes up for money. Wow, what a situation. Yeah. I mean, things like that happen. I mean, I'm sure we got a lot of stories that happen from us from time to time, but that was just one of mine. Um, but bottom line is, yeah. But people, as far as the well, now I got to think of something else to say. Now I'm thinking, all right, I told that story. That was a great story. Now I got to reel it back. I'm gonna get back on subject here. All right. Now, basically, I think a lot of times. Okay, what I'm gonna say is, I think that's the best thing you can do in situations like that. And I'm going to talk about that. Is that yeah? In fact, I had a video one time, cerebral self-defense, and I might have been inspired by that story as to how that happened. And if you ever noticed, I think I put it out about 5 or 6 years ago. No, excuse me, months ago. It's called something about how to master the art of cerebral self-defense, and it's basically on how to maintain your composure, how as INFJs, how we're geared this way, how we can use our level of intuition and our level of empathy, and just being that we're able to feel vibrations, feel emotions, and read rooms. This can help us out to survive in the world as well. Now, a lot of it has to do with, I think, our own survival. I mean, a lot of it is, yes, we reach out for people. We find certain situations where we try to help and harmonize. That's typical, right? But as INFJs, I think this can be part of our self-defense. I think in some ways we need to have a level of that we have our certain, like I said, our internal intuition. We can use these gifts that we have, our internal gifts, are meant there to be used for protection as well, self-defense, just knowing a certain area. If you go into a certain part of town, or if you go into a certain area, a town, things should go off like, this is a bad area. We got to listen to these knowings in our body, in our mind, just these inklings that say, this is a bad area. I don't like this place. I don't like this restaurant. I don't like this part of town. We should and then you should take these cues and know if you have no business there, don't be. Now sometimes our job. I mean, occasionally, yeah, we get a job and we get a DoorDash job, Jethro. Sometimes we get called to go down a certain area. We got to deliver this food to somebody's house, maybe down a street. It's part of your job, but I mean, sometimes you have to be there. Yeah. And sometimes, same thing with Uber, whatever. Sometimes you have to be in these places. You get called for that. But the thing is, you still got to watch yourself. Now, if you're able to maintain a self-defense, if you're able to pack a pistol, maybe pack some mace, maybe you know how to use your dukes, or just plain use your cerebral self-defense as well. Just maintain composure. Have a certain level of calmness that you hope will just transmit to somebody else. Because a lot of times, the human animal, and we are human animals. Now, a lot of times, prey animals, will actually detect fear in the animal, and that's the one that usually falls prey. The ones that are fearful, because right away when fear takes over, you usually tense up, and you're not really, your fight or flight is temporarily glitched because you're not running, you're not responding. And a lot of times that's the one indication that a predator will need in order to attack. You see what I mean? Is they're looking for that fear. So your fearlessness has to actually be almost, you have to almost find a way to eradicate that in some ways, especially in certain situations, certain parts. You have to kind of put that fear out of you. And it's because we are human animals. And of course, people are picking up on this. You got to figure, bad people, they feel empathy too. They can feel when you're fearful. They can feel certain things within you as well, your character. So a lot of times it's about almost like survival in the jungle in a sense. So, but I did have a video about that, and but I think a lot of it is the fact that we are NFJs and we have these gifts, we have these things within us. So we have certain levels of emotion, feeling tensions and things like that. But of course, at that point there, these can be used to keep us out of bad situations, bad areas, bad environments. We have to listen to these, and we have to know that we have to be able to respond and react in calm manners, because sometimes if somebody is like that guy I'm talking about with the Uber, the guy losing his cool, if I reacted to him and said, F you, or if I just said, if I just say I responded the way he did and I matched his energy, now that would have given him more of an excuse to say, okay, now it's a free for all. Either he can start swinging at me, he can pull something and say, well, he said this and that. He escalated it. See, that gives them a green light to escalate the escalate it further when you react, when you stoop to that level. You see what I mean? It's all psychological. But if you maintain your composure, maintain your cool, let them spew all the garbage they want. You keep your cool, you keep your composure, and you're not bringing it to that level. You see? It's all psychological. But this is what I mean. Being that we're INFJs, being that we have a calmness, a stillness, a certain understanding within ourselves, we need to let this govern us in the right way, protect us in these ways, even if it's just subtly psychological, just not to escalate somebody like that to go to the next level. You see what I mean? Because that easily could have turned into that, where you give them justification if you go to that next level with them, if you react that way. Okay? So maybe that's another thing we had to talk about. But then again, like I said, there's a couple videos. One's about mastering the art of cerebral self-defense. I mean, it's an older video. It was basically talked that way about that. Okay? But bottom line is, yeah, that's part of our ability to have these gifts. But again, by understanding who you are and having not only just an understanding of yourself as an INFJ, understanding we have to have a street smarts about us too. We have to know how to survive in certain areas too. And just having like a street smart understanding it's a deeper way of having a grasp of your gift. Okay? All right. I hope I said that well. All right. Let's see. I had to watch a video on my car. I'm back. Oh, okay. I have a past. Okay, Jethro. I have a Passat 2013. I meant 42,000. Oh, okay, 42. Okay, I was going to say I added an extra zero or two in there. All right. 42,000. Oh, a 2013 Passat. That's a Volkswagen then. Okay. All right. Fear is the mind killer. Yes, El Vagabond. How are you? Good to see you too there. El Vagabond. Fear is the mind killer. Yeah, fear is almost I mean, yes, it's actually it's something we have to find a way to overcome. I know fear is always going to be there, and I think but fear in so many ways is distracting. Yeah, because there's I mean, is there ever a healthy fear? Fear is it's always not good. I mean, even in the animal world, I mean, I know that certain people thrive in fear. They want to inflict fear on you, and that's how they get their energy. Narcissistic people love to bring these negative energies out in people. Yeah, they love that. And when they feel them, they feed off those, Narcissistic people feed off these energies. like fear and anxiety and knowing they're confusing, but that they're inflicting things. Yeah. So you got to, fear is something we have to overcome, you know? There's no doubt about that. And Jethro being the Nunchucks man, yeah, he knows that. Yeah. And being that we're growing up in this world, I mean, as INFJs, I'm sure, listen, guys, we've all had a tough life, and we've had to know from our past that not showing fear was part of our makeup, especially early on, because we had these emotions, we had these sensitivities growing up as young men, and we might have showed fear before, and it got our head kicked in a couple times, or got us beat up. We had to learn, no, man, you can't be fearful, and you gotta stand up for yourself. We learned, yeah, we had tough lives, I'm sure. I mean, look, I don't know if you had a life like mine, but yeah, there's a lot of lessons we had to learn like that, you know. Yes, vagabond. Yes, fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. Yep, that's a good way of putting it. Hey there, everyone. Yep, okay, got that. Yeah, but anyway, those are some interesting topics. Now, see, Jethro, you just you showing up and talking about that, you got me thinking a lot about like things I had gone through when I was a driver doing the Uber thing, and yeah. Now there was a couple of times I did the Uber Eats too, because that's all part of that. Uber Eats is kind of like DoorDash. I mean, yeah, you're giving people rides, but also sometimes you're just delivering things, or maybe you're going. You might go. Have you ever gone to a supermarket, Jethro? Just pick out some items, like you do somebody's shopping and then you bring it to their door. I'm sure DoorDash is like that too. You don't just pick up like fast food and deliver it. I mean, I used to do that too. Like they'd give you like, uh, you know, they'd want specific items, canned goods or whatever it is, and you'd have to pay for them on your app on the phone, and then you deliver it to their door. Yeah, you go shopping for people on Uber Eats and things. Yeah, so it is, but it was quite an interesting job there for a while there. But yes, I Instacart too. Yes, yeah, I was gonna say you got that whole app on the phone. It's probably DoorDash does that, where you're able to, that they send their credit card through DoorDash, and then when you sit there at the register, you scan something, and it takes it out of their card. It's quite an elaborate system. I got to tell you, it's ingenious just how complex it is. And again, it's all done through the cell phone. The very cell phone I'm talking through right now, it does all that stuff for your app. It's amazing what these phones do. It's how deep they are. Unbelievable. But yeah. But anyway, that's so we touched on a few things. We definitely touched on. See, but again, these are things that I've learned. These are lessons that I personally, through the experience of my life, have learned in being the way I grew up. Okay, but again, as these are the things that I learned instinctively. I learned a lot about street smarts and about street psychology. I think a lot of times, that's what it is. You have to just know how people are, like almost like understanding street psychology is our version of understanding the jungle. Like I said, being in, like let's say an animal that has to learn how to survive in its own environment, a wild animal, let's say. And I mean, you think about it. You live in a wild jungle, or say you lived in the depths of the sea, and these animals, they're born, these fish, these minnows, these turtles, whatever it is. I mean, gosh, they have to develop, and they have to become instinctive. But what do they have? I mean, they have predators. Some of these animals have predators that are trying to eat them, and they will hunt them down. And they obviously have to survive. They have to find places to hide. They have to find ways of camouflaging. And obviously certain animals, certain ones are good at hiding, finding places of crevices to hide in. How about ones that know how to camouflage? Ever seen an octopus, on how it can mimic like terrain? It can almost look like seagrass or seaweed on the bottom. It can mimic it almost perfectly, So I mean, so part of it, being that we're human animals in a way, we adopt a lot of these psychologically. All these lessons that we see in the physical world, and how animals have to adapt, and how they have to adapt to their jungle, their depth of the sea, and how to survive. part of it is how we do it as well as human beings, as human animals. But like I said, we have gifts that I've talked about before, these psychological, deep, empathetic, feeling gifts that we use. And we should use these to our advantage. Again, these are all part of like our tools that we can use, okay? But yeah, a lot of it is it's with us. It's not about camouflage, literal camouflage. It's not literally about shooting ink out or like a skunk with a certain scent, or porcupine quills. With us, it's more about a lot of it's about cerebral self-defense. I mean, yeah, it might come down to having a firearm too, having a good sidearm, maybe knowing a little bit how to use your dukes, having a can of mace, a baseball bat. I mean, hope it doesn't come down to that. But I mean, it shouldn't come down to that. But a lot of it has to come down to your wits about you, just in how to deal with people and not escalate situations, like I had said before. And so a lot of these are all our tools that we have to put in place. But like I said, these are things that instinctively I learned over the course of my life. Then I find out what this whole personality type is, obviously, and I thought, well, yeah, it makes sense now. It makes sense that that's the way I was. Okay? I tried to make sure that the physicality thing was the last thing, and it had to be, a lot of these things were psychological, okay, and how to survive. All right? Yeah. I don't want to dash and shop. I only pick up and drop off. Oh, okay, I'm saying, yeah, you don't like that part of it. Yeah. I use Instacart. Yeah. So you can always cancel those. If they say this is a shop one where you do that, you don't have to take those. You can just get the ones where you're picking food up and delivering it. Yeah, I get that, man. Because that's what you could do. Octopuses are wild, shape-shifting aliens, INFJs of the sea. Yeah, that's almost like the El Vagabond. Good one, man. That's kind of like, they're almost like chameleons in a way. Yeah, I mean, chameleons, that's a lizard's change color. You ever see octopus are kind of like that? Yeah, very intelligent, highly intelligent. They're 8-armed. They look like something from outer space. There's no doubt, and very smart. And yeah, they can mimic like seagrass, and they can mimic the floor. They can mimic a rock. They're amazing on what they do. I would just use that as an example. But yeah, you got to figure some things are probably out there to, probably want to try to eat them. I believe they can shoot ink too. They can actually, if they're getting attacked, they can shoot ink as they're repelling, and they just leave a cloud of ink right in the face of whatever's trying to hunt them down. So they got several different defenses involved in them as well, But yeah, but like I said, again, we're human manifestations. And we have these examples to learn from. I think these are all put down as our own versions of examples that we are to take examples from and learn from them. All right, but all right. So, hey, I've already been streaming for 2 hours already, people. That's awesome. 2 hours already, and it is 9 o'clock. Okay, so I started roughly around 7 o'clock here. Then, all right, so. But anyway, people, it's good to see everybody's coming in. If anybody else has some kind of question, comment, anything like that, this would be the time. As you know, I'm as interactive as I can be here. I got to tell you, though, people, I do enjoy doing these lives. I try my best just to keep them as entertaining as I can. Everything is just unrehearsed. I just kind of speak my mind, as you can tell. I don't have any notes next to me. I just try to ad lib as we go along, And that's my style. That's what I try to do here, yeah. So, but it's good to see. I like to see a lot of your regulars coming back, though. I know that's always a good thing. So, but is there anybody new out there? Anybody new to the channel that has just found me? Found us, I should say. Well, it looks like it's mostly a lot of new people coming in here that are new. Okay, I've seen a lot of the same names from before. I would imagine you're all subscribers, and I want to thank you all. Anybody that is part of this channel, I want to thank you so much for your support, people. I really do. I appreciate your time and your help, and that's why I do this as well. And I think just getting to know you personally, getting to know some of you out there is just what I can do. You know, having a way of just coming up with a personal way of talking to you. I think that's something I enjoy doing. Was I was actually planning on this. This is one of the weeks where I think by Tuesday I kept thinking, "Gosh, I can't wait for the end of the week because I'm working now." I mean, I'm working, so I'm like, I can't really do these during the week. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do a live Saturday night. Yeah. Oh, good. All right. Okay. I only got. Okay. So I was kind of almost looking forward. I was getting a little bit like anxious, like, yeah, I'm gonna do the live. You know. So I got to tell you, I was looking forward to doing this one. So that really kind of was something that I was planning for. Hello, Dad. Okay, hit the like button if you haven't already. Oh, okay, yeah, hit the like button if you would. Hey, thank you, Justin, for reminding me. I don't say that a lot. I say that on the end of a video. Should I say that during a live? Leave your comments, hit your like button, and subscribe if you're new. I could say that every so often. But you're right. Yeah, I mean, now if you hit the like button, yeah, it just triggers the algorithm to show this video to a wider audience. Basically, it's just kind of putting it out there. I'm sure hopefully you know that stuff. But you're right there, Justin. That's actually true. So it kind of just gets the word out there, and then more people can tune in and find it. You know. So, but the last live I did, I did a horizontal live where it looked more like it's short. In fact, Justin, remember you? Excuse me, Jethro was talking about that, the last one, and that seemed to, for some reason, that algorithm was different just doing that. And I just thought, for the heck of it, I go back to the vertical one like I'm doing now. Now it looks like it's back to the one that I'm used to, the algorithm. So we were trying to figure out. In fact, Jethro, you did say that had something to do with the algorithm changing, just going vertical. That particular time, that it changed the whole thing. And I gotta say, I can't argue with that because it was completely different. Remember, last time I went live, it was a lot of new people were coming in, and lots of new people were in there. So I might have to do that again. I'll try that again sometime. But tonight I'm doing it like this. I just decided to do it this way. I'm going to do that experiment. Next time I do it vertical, I'm going to see if it's if that's the way it is. If I have it get a different algorithm going here. As a matter of fact, Justin, I think you remember that last one. I think there was a couple of you that were here last week when I did that, and but that was actually one of the more interesting lives I've ever had. Just the amount of people that came in, and it was quite a few. Did you learn about these? Now we have. Hey, hello there. We have a new name. Hold on a minute. We have here Runner Shine 7467. Well, that's a new name. I want to welcome you in. And did you learn about these INFJ characteristics later in life? This was my case. A little bit of combination of both. Listen, I think I learned a lot about just. I think instinctively I studied a lot about human psychology and just like human reaction. And I grew up in a rough town. I've always grew up in areas and did work involving just blue collar work and mechanic work. And I've always been the type that has worked nights. I mean, I've done emergency breakdowns in the middle of the night, on the side of highways. So I've always had different areas where I felt like they were dangerous places. And I just had to use my wits about me. I just had to be me. I figured, okay, I mean, I got a certain presence about me. I got a certain way I am about me. And I knew I just had a certain, way about me right away that would help protect me. But also I just knew I had to know a lot about certain people, just how to diffuse situations, if that's what you mean. And I just knew that adding fuel to the fire, basically, it only escalates situations. It's always best to try to, not let you lose the cool. I mean, if that's what you're talking about. So I always kind of knew that anyway, but learning about the INFJ and learning that I had this personality type was later on in my life. I was 57 years old when I finally found out what the MBTI was here on an algorithm here on YouTube, where I've told that story before. This is how I've discovered the MBTI was right here on YouTube. That's why I do this show. That's why this channel is. I'm giving back. But after I realized what it was, I went very extensive into understanding the MBTI type, and especially the INFJ. And a lot of it was just trying to study myself. I actually extensively watched my own mind. If you can believe that's something only an INFJ might do. All of a sudden, I discovered I studied my own mind and started watching my thoughts, how I made decisions, how I pieced things together, how I saw into the future, how I, planned things, and how I made decisions. And I started seeing different things and how I've always been. And it says it makes sense now. I started understanding myself. So that came later on in life, but that was after I discovered what these functions were. And that helped me along. So it helped me to study myself. Of course, I finally ended up taking a personality test. It wasn't for years later, because I still questioned whether or not I truly had this personality type. I questioned it for a long time. Even now, I still do. Am I really this? But what else am I? I pretty much ruled out all these other types. So I don't align with anything else. You know what I mean? But to answer your question, though, it was a combination of just a lifetime of just trial and error, of just learning about myself and surviving the world. And then later on in life, as I told you, in the last few years of my life, just after I found out the MBTI type, really taking it to another level, almost like, solving a massive jigsaw puzzle, just having like a massive part of my puzzle that's been incomplete, okay, over here. And all of a sudden I find out about MBTI, and I completed a whole bunch of this puzzle that's been missing for a long time very quickly. Very quickly because of that. Because I told you, I started understanding. So I put the two and two together. I said, okay, if it's all about having intuition, and that's a dominant function, this is something that we have a dominant thing, and we are able to pick up vibrations, and we can read people. We can see their facial expressions. I said, I've been doing that my whole life. It makes sense now how I was reading people. I could tell when people were lying. Yeah, it's true. How inquisitive we are, and we are naturally, we have these natural gifts within us. So I thought, well, so the story I just told you about survival and everything, about reading, being street smart, yeah, because of the jobs I had to do and where I was at, and I had to be on alert. I mean, I was at the side of the road changing truck tires, at 3 a.m. You know what I mean? At the side of highways, putting cones and reflectors out while cars were flying past me at, 60 miles an hour, at 3 feet from my back, literally, as I'm taking tires off. So, I mean, I had to have a certain level of intuition just to stay safe. I mean, I don't do that job anymore, but for the longest time, I did stuff like that. I was doing that stuff. So I guess it was a combination of everything, of different things, of just finding out. But again, finding out about the MBTI was a massive puzzle piece into who I was. Okay? I hope I answered your question. All right? So what do we got here? Well, that was a very good question. I want to thank you for that, Runner. I'm going to call you Runner if that's okay. All right? A lot of strange folks show up on the vertical live stream. Yeah, you noticed that. You remember that, didn't you? Yes, Justin, I get that. Same here with the MBTI. Yes, so you understand what I'm saying. Listen, that's what I'm talking about. I figured if it helped me and it helped me understand myself, this could benefit. Somebody out there may stumble across these content creators, not just me. There's a few of us out there. But if they find me and they relate to who I am, and they find that piece of the puzzle that helps them understand. And then I feel like, that's what I'm here for. I feel like that's a purpose for me. It's in a way, it's given me a purpose having this channel as well. Okay, I'm trying to give back to back to the best way I can, I guess you could say, right? Okay, hello from Montana, the Treasure State, the Crown V. Hello there. There's a new name, and that's from Montana, the Treasure State. Crown V, MBTI, help me so much. INFP. Okay, INFP. Well, you're introverted intuitives. Listen, yeah, I think a lot of INs, we gravitate together. I mean, we got a couple functions off there, but we're very similar. All INs, we think a lot alike. It's just we got a couple of things that are just a little bit up there. Do you think most INFJs are also empaths? I do think so. I think that certain INFJs, depending on how well they've developed. Now, listen, I think empathy also is almost like it can be fine tuned, it can be honed in, or it can be left to be stagnated as well. I mean, some INFJs have very weak empathy. I think just based on their lack of developing it. Maybe they're not they don't really understand it. They see it. They shy away from it. I think sometimes early on when we're young, we pick up emotions, we pick up vibrations. We might think that they're our own, and they confuse us, and we absorb them, and they mess with our day. They mess with our. How many times growing up did you ever feel okay, and then you went to a certain place? Maybe you started feeling off, or you might have got depressed or anxious, and then it ruined your whole day. You wanted to leave, and then you couldn't figure out why something changed in you. It might not have been you. It might have been your empathy that you were picking up, but we don't know it at the time. That's why I mean, but do I think some people have it? Yes, I think most INFJs, we tend to be empaths because of our nervous system, the way it's built, the way we have our feeling and our intuition, into having introverted intuition, having extroverted feeling, kind of as a combination, being that that's our first and second function. A lot of times we're picking up on emotions. Not only that, I mean, we can feel them, but also a lot of times we're reading them on people. I mean, we can see when people get flush a little bit, or we can see their darting eyes. We can see the scowls, their eyes tense up. We can see certain facial expressions. You can see emotions just visually, and we pick up on this. Now, some other types can do this. I think some sensing types, I think ESTP types have a good, strong way of having physical empathy. I think they're able to see that, read people, and read rooms in a physical way. They're seeing things more. But I think like I said, extroverted sensor types, that's their way of reading emotion. But we have more of a nervous system feeling of it too. I think a lot of times we pick up emotion right through vibrations in a sense, whether it's ESP or whether or not it's that we're feeling them, but we do sense them. We do feel them. But again, I think certain INFJs have more developed, stronger versions of empathy where they're very fine-tuned, and I think others have a weak version of them. And I think some of them maybe may not have a heightened development. Depends on how much they've invested into figuring themselves out as well. And some disregard these things and try use them as a nuisance. I mean, there could be some like that. I can't speak for everybody. I'm only guessing that there's certain levels that people have. Yeah. So you say it's the worst feeling. Okay, empathy is. Empathy is emotional learning, not just for bad or for someone. Yeah, it's emotional learning. Yeah, of course it is. And also we got that just the worst feeling. A place I've ever been was out in the desert next to Area 51. Really? Oh, did you? Stayed out there for 3 nights, felt off for months or maybe a year after that. Whoa, really? Area 51 spooked you that much, huh? Was it really? I mean, I know there's a lot of things they're not telling us. I know the stories, and they say something crashed there in the 40s, and there were bodies, and yeah, there's a reason why it's heavily guarded. They're not telling, but you got weird vibes, though. Imagine that. So you said it. You said it, brother. Is feeling the emotion, sensing because we feel others' emotions. Yeah, we do. Yeah, I think there's no doubt. And listen, that's why it's important to know ourselves as well. When I started understanding what the MBTI type was, now I kind of knew I was empathetic years ago. I kind of started piecing it together somewhat. I knew I'd go into certain rooms and certain areas and just feel like tensions and vibrations changed. And yeah, but I didn't quite have it fine tuned. I didn't quite understand what it was, not until I realized it kind of clicked into place. When I discovered MBTI, I said, now I know it. That was another thing. Again, discovering the MBTI and knowing you have empathy and understanding how it works. It's like, it's just a big, like I said, a huge piece of your puzzle. You say, that's what it is. It's empathy. I was feeling emotions. I was picking things up. I was detecting them. Yeah. And you started knowing that you had that gift, and you thought, but then deep down you thought everybody did. A lot of times I thought everybody had a certain level of that they kept to themselves. And I used to think everybody had a certain gift like that, and it was common. And everybody had empathy. And I think to an extent people have a version of empathy, like I described. The extroverted sensors have their own version of it. But I thought it was. But then I realized it's not like that. Not everybody can feel things like that. Not everybody has this level of intuition like we do. I mean, how rare it was. And I thought, okay, it is more rare than I thought. But I used to think everybody somewhat thought like I did, but not quite. But then you realize that it's more rare than you were thinking. Yes. So I just got a weird vibe. Didn't see anything. Okay. So Brooke, maybe I said that wrong, but okay. But we are able to quickly sense another vibration, energies, emotions. Yes. Yes, we do. But like I said early on in our life, sometimes we think it's our emotions. We confuse detected emotions, ones that we are picking up from others and thinking they are ours. And this is where a lot of our sadness and confusion happens early on in our life. Because we have a swirl of these emotions we think are ours, and we have a swirl of our own mind that we think are ours, and they confuse us. And part of our learning and wisdom comes out to the fact that we detect and not absorb. And that fact, I had a video on that about mastering your empathy too, and how we can fine tune and understand our empathy without absorbing it, without using it as tools, as guides, like I did, almost like in the street smart world, having street smarts and understanding you have empathy in order to like read people. Like I said, read certain areas in town you go. Like you said, Justin said he felt horrible. Well, you didn't feel, not horrible, but you said you felt weird for almost a year after you went to Area 51. Now, I've had areas I've gone into where I've been near people that creep me out so much that I got so like uneasy I could hardly I've had that happen a few times in my life, probably as many times as I could count on my hand, where I felt like a wave of like hate and anger go through me, or extreme fear go through me. That wasn't me. Like a ghost passed through me, and it was intense. And I remember thinking like I was on edge, like it made my skin crawl a couple times. I've had that happen, and I'm sure maybe you've had your moments like that yourself. Now, Justin said Area 51 did that to him. And I can imagine, but you must have wanted to go there. Sounds like you intentionally put yourself out there. You wanted to go near Area 51 out there, and it creeped you out. But it sounds like that was a draw to you, you know. But bottom line is, yeah, empathy is it's definitely real, and by no doubt. And but I think it takes it takes a lot of wisdom for us to master it. But understanding who you are is a huge gain for you. Okay, so we got here. I just got a weird vibe. Didn't see anything unusual. I guess the demons all get driven out in the desert, and there's something to do that. It's just a big empty place, and you feel like a speck of sand. Whoa, gosh, quite the description there, sir. Whoa, deep. Wow, feel like something came home with me. That may be called the hitchhiker effect. Something entered you and came home with you, like so. Oh, like so. Oh my gosh. Ah, wow. Gosh, a lot of times people can chalk that up to we have a big imagination. We watch the Twilight Zone too much. I mean, but I got to tell you something. I mean, just knowing some of the vibes I've felt in the world, I've never felt like anything lasted that long. Like, you mean like something extraterrestrial, some spook of an extraterrestrial got inside of you and just kind of lived in you, like got inside of you and just you felt it and stuck around for a year till it found another host. Oh, that's spooky stuff, man. Yeah, I'm freaking out right now. The ground. Yeah, that's some deep stuff right there. Hey, listen, I got a story I want to tell you. All right, I'm full of stories, and I told one earlier about the guy the Uber guy. If anybody remembered, stuck around for that. Now, now I've actually told this on a video, one of my earliest videos about empathy. I told this story. I'm going to tell it again, okay? Now, this was way back when I was doing tire work. I was a tire guy for many, many years. I mean, I would change tires on the side of the road, and I would do emergency breakdown service. Like I said, sometimes I would do it at night. I would be on night call for a week at a time, and I'd be on call 3 in the morning. I'd have to do this stuff. Tires would blow out, and I'd have to fix them on the side of the road. It was good money. But bottom line is, there was one time. I was in New Hampshire at the time. I was just new to the state. I only lived there a couple of years, and I was on Route 101. Okay, you can look that up on the road. There's a Route 101 right near Manchester. Okay, I'm just going to tell you where. And I was doing a truck. It was a driver was hauling a tractor trailer full of garbage. It was just like a garbage contract, and it was right around midday. It wasn't late. It was daytime. But I got out, and it was routine. I got out, I got my tools out. Usually I pull to the back of the truck, and I just know where the truck is. I knew it was on a trailer, so I got out my tools and I started working. Now I got the jack out and I got it jacked up. Now at this point here, the driver came out of the truck, and I didn't really see him. I kind of saw him walk around out the corner of my eye. Now, they typically did that. A driver would come out and ask a couple questions or say hello. They would just chit chat, but I was kind of, I would just want to get my job done. So this guy stands behind me, okay? And this is something I never forgot. He got close, and I was still working on it, and he was behind me. All of a sudden, I felt the wave. I felt like all of a sudden, like a skin crawled. Like I felt like hate. And I hope I can say this on YouTube. Like somebody wanted to be unalived. Hate. Like maybe he did this in the past, or I couldn't figure it out. Now, I knew this was not me. Now, this is well before I knew what empathy was. I I picked up premonitions. I knew I had ways of feeling things. Looked at him over around my shoulder, and I just thought, what did you do? I thought I was detecting something he did, like he was hiding something, a deep, dark secret. Now, he looked like an average truck driver. He's just regular guy, dressed average, nothing out of the ordinary. But as he was looking, he just had a kind of a stare. He was kind of looking down at the dirt. But I had this uneasy feeling, like, I tell you, like murderous hatred. I don't know how else to put it, Now, needless to say, I couldn't. I kind of was uneasy at this point. I started watching where my tools were, my tire bars. I had tools around. I make sure they weren't too close to the guy. I kept looking over my shoulder. I didn't want to turn my back on him until the job was done. Now I got done with the job. I picked up my things, and of course I got out of there, and without incident. And it was routine. But I always wondered if that guy did something. I always thought this guy did something, and he's harboring. He's going through something he got away with. I didn't think he was directly going to do something to me, but I felt like he was hiding something, and I detected it. Like he did something horrible. That's all I could describe it, and I never forgot that. It made my skin crawl. I mean, I was almost like visibly like nervous. Just and he didn't do anything, but I was feeling it. I detected this. But this is the one time in my life I knew it was not my emotion because I don't think like that because it was not my character. Sometimes some things are so strong, you know it's not you because you're just not you. Okay, and but I never forgot that. But I know what you mean, Justin. That feeling of maybe I don't know if it's quite the same thing. Yours lasted for a year. I never forgot that moment, and that's what I mean is when I started realizing that what empathy was. But as I discovered the MBTI and I discovered what that is, these things came back to me in my whole history. I started studying my mind. I started understanding a lot about my past history, and these things came up. And I said, "Yeah, I remember that. That's what that was. I actually detected this, and that was one of the more powerful moments that I felt my empathy was on red alert. I mean, like that's the only way to describe it. It was like red alert inside of me. Okay, so all right, I'm freaking out. Okay, so I didn't feel possessed from the inside, just oppressed and felt darkness, especially when it came to things related to outer space. Whoa. So, like I said, Justin, now did you? But you put yourself there. It sounds like you were curious. You heard about Area 51. You went there. You decided to camp out, just like outside the perimeter, outside the fence, in an area. Now, I would imagine you're not the only one. Now, were there other people? Because people are drawn to that. People are drawn to Area 51 for that very reason you're talking about, and they'll stick around. They want to, they're curious. And I mean, there's a certain area you can go to, but I know there's some places they warn you, like if you were caught on this, you will actually deadly force will be used to basically they basically. I heard there were signs there that said if you cross a certain border or go beyond a fence line, they will use deadly force on you. I think there's signs like that, and that's how much they want. They want people near there. But I know there's a certain area you can get as close as you can where you might have been. But yeah, but you were drawn there. So, but there's some eerie about the place, huh? Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, just like certain people are drawn to Salem, Massachusetts. Now, when I used to live in Massachusetts, I only lived one town away from Salem, Mass. I was in the next town over. So, I mean, it was common to go to Salem. But of course, there was all these old cemeteries, old ones from like the 1600s, and they all had those old headstones and everything, the ones that they chipped out by hand and they carved them. And so there were a lot of, but I tell you, sometimes, I mean, but my point is a lot of people from the occult are drawn to Salem, Mass. Like these people, like these occult type people. And there's a lot of these occults that are right in there. So it's drawn there. That's my point. Area 51 is like that as well. People are drawn to go there. You see? I mean, but like I said, Salem, Mass has got that whole witch hysteria from 1692, where they, so it has this reputation. So, of course, you got people are drawn there for the history of it, I stayed at the Little Leanne Inn in Ratchet, Nevada. It was a trailer out behind the restaurant. Oh, okay. So just a little trailer then, huh? Okay, so I wasn't sure. Like you made it sound like maybe you pitched a tent or something like that in the desert. Okay, but you were close enough to Area 51 is what you're getting at. Now, let me ask you this: did do people that stay there were they talking about similar feelings as well? I mean, is that common for people to get eerie feelings, or is that just what you were feeling? I'm just asking. Maybe it was your heightened level of empathy that you were feeling something creepy there. I mean, it could be. But yeah, but I do believe I from the story I told you about that truck driver that time that happened. I know that it's definitely it exists. Okay, and I've like I said, I've gone into red alert mode about maybe 5 times in my life, maybe a handful of times. I've felt that red alert. So I know that there are some times we pick it up very strong like that. There's no doubt. But definitely. So little Alien in Rachel, Nevada. So that's actually on the map. That's hey, you just gave them a plug. Hey, so there you go. You just gave them a little free advertisement here on the channel here. You know, I never heard of it, but that's in Nevada. I thought Area 51 was in New Mexico. I thought Roswell, isn't that Roswell, New Mexico? That's what I figured you were talking about, right? That's what I thought it was Area 51. Unless you were out in that whole Midwest area. Maybe you were out, but did you go right to that Roswell? I met one guy out there that was like me, but more outgoing. He kept asking me why I came out there. He was also drunk a lot. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I would say you were drawn out there for a reason. Yeah, why were you out there? Just for the whole drawn to the whole mysticism of Area 51 and the mystery and the that kind of thing. I can imagine because people go over there for that reason. Yeah, that's all. Like I said, people are drawn to Salem, Mass as well. Yeah, and there's more witch. I mean, there's actually more people. It's almost like the mecca of witchcraft. You know, just because of what happened in 1692, and it was just a kind of those what was it, the Puritans? They believed in like devil worship and witchcraft back in the time, and they crushed one guy to death with rocks, and they actually hung a few of them, and they hung a few of these witches, that just that they thought were. And they wanted to get them to admit if they were witches and things like that. I mean, there's a big story behind it. Expect that this stuff on YouTube. This you want to learn about like the witch hysteria. There's videos. There's whole like channels dedicated to these strange places. I guarantee there's probably one on what you're talking about as well, Justin. About Area 51, people camping out and the vibes. I'm on her. Yeah, but that's quite a story, though. But with you, you felt like something stuck around with you. I mean, did you actually feel like you were possessed for about a year? Like something entered you and was, just like like a strange possession, but it left eventually. I don't know, but that's quite a story, though. I mean, I've always been drawn to the desert. Area 51 was a destination to go to. Yeah. But like I said, did you go to Roswell? Because you said something about you stayed at that inn in like Nevada. And I know Nevada's the next state over, but I didn't think Roswell was near Nevada. Is it right on the border? Maybe, I'm not sure exactly. I thought Roswell, isn't it in the north? Is it in the northeastern, the northwestern corner of Arizona? It's not close to the Mexico border. And it's not near Arizona. It might be. I think it borders Arizona, and I thought the northwestern quarter, if I remember, borders parts of Nevada, and also I think New Mexico borders Texas on the east side, and on the north, I think it borders, if I remember right. Oh my gosh, no, I think it borders a good part of like Texas, Arizona, and Nevada, I think, are the three border states around. If I'm just going by my own geography in my mind here, I'm not reading anything. So Monday afternoon, evening, Tom, and INFJ crew. Oh, Vamp Fox. Hey, there you go. Vamp is in the house. Vamp Fox, good to hear from you as well. From the land down under. Yeah, I got to say under. I got to give it that Boston accent there. Okay? Land down under. Okay. Good day, mate. How's that? Huh? Yeah, we're just having a discussion about yeah, that's quite the story though. Justin went to spend some time in desert. You weren't on a horse with no name like that America song. You know, it was been through the desert on a horse with no name. I'm kidding. I couldn't resist. You know what I mean? The crow. Okay, Nevada is northwest, like I said, of New Mexico. Arizona is between the two, and I believe Texas is on the east. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe is there a state in between? Maybe there is one. Is it New Mexico? I can't remember. I thought part of it was Texas on the east. I thought, like near the El Paso side. Yeah. Okay. So the crow. Let's see. I was the Joshua Tree last and loved it. I was in Joshua Tree. Going back to the desert again this fall. Oh, so Crown V, I like the desert as well. No spooky vibes for me, haha. Yeah, I love that song. Yeah, the horse with no name from America. Yeah, you like that song? That's a good one. No, it just make me, talking about, spending a night out in the deserts and stuff. Like, thinking about the horse with no name there. How he almost froze to death and everything. And after 3 days, my skin turned red and my skin began to peel and he was starting to get hallucinations. And yeah, sounds like what you went through there. Then he finally let the horse run free. Yeah, well, sounds like well, the desert I hear plays on the mind anyway. Being that I'm out here in the Northeast, I don't have a lot of desert out where I'm living. The best I got is, out there in the Midwest is where we have our desert. Up here, I got mostly forest and things like that, meadows, and yeah, lots of forest up here in the Northeast, lakes, stuff like that. So, but yeah, I always thought that the desert was fascinating. I love cactuses and stuff. Hey, remember we talked about cactuses before? That's right. It sounds like you're searching for something deep. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. I asked him too. He was drawn to go to not Roswell, but Area 51. Yeah, it sounds like he was drawn there. He's looking for that stuff, like wanting to have some kind of. He's drawn to that. There's no doubt. Sand everywhere. Elvamp. Sand everywhere. That's it. Yeah. Maybe someday when I retire. I don't know. I keep saying someday. I work for a living and I have to keep a job so I can pay for my house and stuff. Once my house is paid for, I figure I got probably another 5 years of actual work. I can actually start thinking about retiring in the next couple of years, but I'm so used to working. I've worked my whole life that just the thought of not working anymore is going to be daunting. The only thing that would help me along is if, let's just say I really hit it big here on YouTube and I figured out a way to, go full time here. Have a couple of stations of channels. Yeah, I would probably transition into doing this. But, again, that's a little bit far off, but not too much. This station is, it is growing. As you know, we're up to 936 subbies right now and growing. So we're less than 100. Oh, by the way, people, I want to announce that it may be in a few weeks, but as I get closer to the time, we'll have a big old 1,000. Hopefully, I'm thinking, provided everything goes well, and I'm hoping it would. But we'll have a big old 1,000 subscriber party. I'm gonna do a live. We can just just everybody that's regular. We're gonna hang out. Okay, that's gonna be in a couple weeks, hopefully. You know what I mean? But we got to do that 1,000 mark. We will have a freaking, we'll have a huge one. I might even crack a couple of beers. How about that, huh? We'll have to have a big old celebration, and we'll have to maybe I'll have to announce a time, certain time to do that. Obviously it's gonna have to be on a weekend, but we'll do that. Okay, the Crown. Yes, that's amazing. Nearly 1,000 subs for you. Woo ho. Yes, yes, exactly. Well, you know what? I got to tell you, it's been quite a journey, and I think a lot of it had to do with the fact of just never giving up. Just keep putting out at least one or two videos. I put out a lot of shorts too. I was putting out shorts, quite a few of them. I've kind of slowed down a little bit. I put one out today. But and I did slow down on the shorts. I started doing more of these lives in the last couple of months. And I tell you, the lives I love. These are great. I got to tell you. But it's been a journey. I started this back in probably June of last year is when I first started the channel. I mean, the INFJ Experience, that is. And yeah, it's just been going along. I mean, it started with just a handful of subscribers, kept going up and up, and it just seemed like every month it goes up about roughly 100, averages out about 100 a month, give or take. And so almost 10 months later, yeah, now I'm just like less than 100 away from 1,000. So yeah, and I guess that's that magic mark. That's like the minimal mark. And all of a sudden, once you reach that, I guess that's the whole monetization. You could do things with monetization depending on watch hours, but also the algorithm. Things change. I guess once you get into that, you reach a larger scope. Your algorithm changes. I guess you can start allowing more people in on your live chats as well. So I guess the way YouTube works out early on, let's say you have less than 50 subscribers. I don't think you can even do a live until you have a certain threshold of, I think it's 50 is the minimal. And then even then, they only allow you a certain limited amount of people to actually watch your live. It'll only allow I think it's 30 or less than 50. And then once you get to these certain milestones, they they open up and allow more subscribers, or not even subscribers, just more people. That the algorithm will broadcast your video. But after you reach 1,000, it starts getting to where it's I don't know if it's unlimited, but it just gets into the hundreds, let's say, or thousands even, where people could tune into your lives. So there's certain numbers that they allow you to expand your live broadcast, and of course your algorithms. It's funny the way YouTube works. I mean, it definitely is. Jethro, do you know how many watch hours you have on your channel? Yeah, I've been watching that. Yeah, I got over 2,000 or so, something like that. Yeah, actually, yeah, these lives help. These lives definitely help out. There's no doubt. So, so Brooke Whitman, 0. What does that mean, Brooke? I don't know what that means, 0. Okay. But, excuse me. I'm just trying to get adjusted here a little bit. No, but that's pretty much what it is. Yeah, that's a lot of it has to do with hours, and then I'm trying to, if I can get up to the 3,000, then I can get into the partner thing where I can actually start to let's say if I wanted to have a cool T-shirt, a cool shirt that was cool or something, and it said, "Are you experienced?" Like Jimi Hendrix. I kind of have this vision. I could start getting into contracts with these shirt companies or these hoodies, and just have saying T-shirts, I could have them colored a certain way, maybe, and then are you yeah, 4,000 is when you're actually able to get the revenue from the commercials and things like that. That's the next one. Yeah, that's the big one. 3,000's another one. But what I'm saying is, I guess in the partners program is when they allow you to be able to have a store, and you could put merchandise on the channel. People could buy a mug, get to buy a cool mug that might say INFJ Experience, or maybe have my face on there if I wanted to. I could come up with a design, and then they would print it. And then, yeah, you'd be able to get, merchandise or T-shirts or mugs or, things like that. I see stuff like that going on. I mean, I don't know if I want to go that route, but I'm just saying that's what you're able to do after 3,000. You get into that partner program. 4,000, you get all that. Plus you get the revenue from, like, let's say ads. Like if you have so many certain hours of ad time that your channel is drawing in, your commercials and things, or sponsorships, that's when you're able to, get like revenue from that. And also, I guess too, after 3,000, certain companies can approach you and say, "Would you like to be our sponsor?" And then so sometimes you see they do an individual sponsor, like I can do a commercial. I mean, see, that's weird to me. That's like something that I've never done before. That's something completely like, wow, that's new. Like that's like TV stuff. It's but that's how YouTube works as you get, closer to these numbers. Yeah. So, but you'd have certain companies would be able to have a certain sponsor. They could say, well, you can come up with your own commercial, a 30-second commercial or a minute commercial. You could work it into your video or something. And you do see some of these, sometimes you see these content creators do that kind of thing. They work them in such a way creatively, but sometimes I think you have to have a certain talent to doing that. So, you want to keep people watching your videos, because if you throw a commercial in there, a lot of times, think about that could make people want to turn away, especially if you're not really doing it. If you're just kind of doing it monotonely, or you're doing it like business wise, you could lose some of your people, right? Like if I kept doing audience, like thing with the audience, certain people turn off from that. So there's some risks to that, because I know how that is. How many times do you see a commercial and you change the channel, and then you might put it back on, or you might speed through that, So you take risks and things like that. So I guess it takes a talent at being able to have a commercial a certain way. So, but just things to think about. That's what I mean. These are just things that you think about what the next step would it entail. And of course, then again, I'd have to learn a lot, read a lot of different things, read into, how to set links. Because then we put on your description, your main page description, you got to write things in. And then how do you do that? You put in your merchandise and links and how to get these things, how to order. And then I guess even if people wanted to join, like, let's say, like the members only clubs, then they have this too on YouTube, where certain people, like you, for example, you could, become a member, like pay either a one rate fee. And then they say you could like make videos that are only available to your members. So they get exclusive access, like the behind the scenes of the INFJ experience, They have then you're like, how am I making videos? Well, how would that work? Basically it would just be another view, like, okay, here I am looking at the camera over here, and over here you're giving a sideways view of me making a thing. How would I do that, it's just pretty much me, But I guess, you'd have to be creative. So I guess it takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of like forethought, and it really sounds like you'd have to be serious. It would have to be almost like a work, like a job in a sense, So, that's what I mean. Just things to think about, But bottom line is, I guess that's where this is entering. Being close to 1,000 and having these numbers actually getting close now. It's actually like the reality of, wow, this could happen with this channel, But yeah, so so it just gets a little closer all the time, basically, But it's just stuff to look forward to. It really is. It's kind of a new venture, and all that. So. Okay, I want to read some of your comments here. What do we got here? Sorry, my talk to text glitches occasionally. That 0 was actually. Oh, okay. Is that what that was? You hit 0, so that was just a glitch. Okay, no, that's okay. All right, I get that. I know it didn't make sense. I'm like, what does that mean? You know, zero. 50. 50. You're right. Oh, okay. 50. What were we talking about? 50. I was right. Brooke, what was that in regard to? 50. You're right. Well, I'm trying to remember what that was in regard to. 50. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we were talking about numbers and hours and stuff like that. But 4,000, no, 4,000. Yeah. Well, what was 1,000? We're talking about the 1,000 subscribers, the 3,000 for the partner, and then the 4,000, like you said, Jethro. That's the monetiz. That's the full monetizes. Why can't I say monetization? Yeah, the full one. That one. That word. See how I just did that? I don't know. Yeah, but bottom line is, yeah, that. But that's all what it is, you know. But again, I think about these things too. I think, okay, maybe those are the possibilities I got going here, you know. And yeah, but again, then I do have certain things I want to think about. Like I said, maybe getting an ebook, but how to do that. I was actually I was talking about that earlier. Maybe some of you might have chimed in. Maybe writing an ebook. Some of the things I talk to you about here on this channel right now, especially some of the things that I discuss just here on these lives. I mean, I'd like to put these into chapters in a book and maybe just have it like a book. I mean, certain things about, like I said, just understanding our empathy. I mean, this is stuff that INFJs could benefit from. I think a lot of times, yeah, I mean, that's what this is all about, is just is self-help for us, you know, for our type especially, and introverted intuitives, just understanding how our mind works and just knowing how we can use our gifts. This is the bottom line, is people, is just knowing that we have our own gifts and how well that we can fine tune them to keep us safe, to keep us informed, keep us intuitive. Yeah, just using them to our advantage. But I think, again, we naturally learn these things as we grow older, as we get wiser. We're supposed to figure these things out, you know. But having a channel, having a community, having us, you know, it kind of it gives us an indication where we're not doing this alone. That at least we have a group, and and that we have a place to go, a sanctuary, like I said. So that's where that's where these channels are so beneficial. Okay, and that's because that's the feeling I got with some of the other ones as well. But that's part of what it is, and that's why these INFJ channels are what they are. Okay, but again, I mean, I try to make sure I want to be different. I want to be my own man here, you know, which I try to be. I try to be my own unique character. I think that's all we can be, you know. I mean, because 50. You're right. Yeah. Just still trying to figure out what that means. Well, we have 14 watching. All right, that's good. All right, that's awesome. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty much some of the plans I got. You know, how I'd like to see how they would eventually pan out. But again, like I said, that whole 1,000 mark that I'm seeing, I know it's still a few off. Yeah, of course, it's still a few off, and it's going to happen eventually, but it's close now. And I mean, because I used to see these numbers climb up, and every so often I've made these announcements right here, like, okay, coming up to this, it was always these marks of, like, 600. Oh, coming up on 700, then 800, and then it was 9. I'm like, it's getting there. Then all of a sudden, the reality of it's like, wow, it's only, now it's very close, very, very close that mark's going to be met. And but it seemed to take close to a year. I mean, it is something you have to be very patient. I just knew it was just all about patience and just wanting to maintain it. But listen, I want to tell you something, you people. What kept me going? I'm not, and this I mean was what keeps me going was this, this channel, the subscribers, the people, the ones I got to know. the ones I got to see regular, the texts, the ones that were responding to my emails, the ones I talked to. You really kept me going. I'm not, and I'm not just making that up. That's what really like inspired me to just because I see some of your questions and comments and things and how things were, how you felt the same thing I did. Like we don't feel so alone anymore. How there's a place to go. This is a place to vent, a place to go for that. And that's what really kept me here, you know. So I just want you to know that, you know, that's why I keep doing it, you know, and but that's what it all comes down to, really. It really did come down to that, especially, you know. Plus, I mean, it gives me a chance to actually have an opportunity to talk. I don't do this a lot, you know. I don't tend to talk to a lot of people. I mean, if you can believe that, you know, this is like the most talking I ever do in my life. It's right here in front of this camera right now. And when I do my videos and when I do these, and other than that, man, I'm usually like, mute almost. I mean, I talk, of course, but just not like this. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but that's basically it, really. That's basically how I what I got planned and what I think about as far as the channel goes, and will it eventually be something that I do all the time? I tell you right now, though, into my retirement, this is great because as I eventually retire, when my mortgage is finally paid, I got a couple goals I have to make, and when I'm able to collect I'd like to think this channel is always going to be there, and I'll be there through my retirement, you know. So, okay, the Crow, we're so glad you have patience. Keep going and spending time with us on your channel. Well, thank you, Crow, Crow V. Okay, and Justin, INFJ is a very niche, is a very niche subject. So I imagine it takes time to build an audience. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Listen, I see a lot of these. I think there's a lot of niche channels. Like again, you ever see that like those like Taylor the Fiends and those red pill contents where they show the TikTok videos of the women and they're all like the modern women, and then they do the commentary. Now, some of those are hilarious because they show you like different like how. Now these are these I think they take work and time, but I think these appeal to a huge audience, like you said. But you're right about that, Justin. Is that there's certain niche audiences that are very select. Now there's some that would appeal to masses. I mean, if you were to talk about, I mean, yeah, there's certain ones that appeal to masses. Like I said, those red pill contents appeal to masses, and but I think a lot of times personality types, and especially when you narrow it down into doing like an individual one, yeah, these are certain like select niches that only have a limited scope. I mean, not to say that. Now look I see some of these other content creators with thousands. I mean, I see Wennis and I see Jay Scott. Of course, you got. Now I always cite these three in particular, and of course you got FJ. He's like the grand guy, but he's like 16 personalities. He covers all of them, but he is an INFJ. And if you look at some of his earliest videos, he started off with just INFJ stuff. And, but then he branched off into, like acting out all the different characters. And he comes up with scripts and costumes. Yeah, but so I think he was smart, and he encompassed like all these 16 personality types. He branched off, but still, you got like Wentz and Jay Scott. They're INFJ, and they got like thousands. They got like tens of thousands of subscribers, and it looks like you see their videos, and I see them getting like thousands of views, like 15,000, 35,000 views, and it's like a week. I'm like. I see that and say, would I ever be able to attract an audience like that? I mean, I get a few hundred. I mean, I'll put a video out. I might get 155 videos of views, that is, excuse me. Or I might put another video. I'll get over 500, but I see it growing. When I first started, the first month, I put out a video, I'd get 5, 10, 8, and I'd think, okay. And then if I got up to 30, I'd think, wow, I got 30 on that. You know what I mean? After like maybe the first month. And then after that, it got up to about maybe 75 or 100. So I seen it climb where I thought, hey, wow, 75. And I think that's a lot. And now it's like I get a video that gets like over 500. And I think, well, okay, see, things are climbing. So I see some of these videos are getting more. But it wasn't like that. So these have climbed. But then like I said, you look at these other ones and they have these thousands of hits on them. It's like, well, I mean, how long would it take to get that many subscribers and all that? And it's like, well, what are they doing that is anything different than I am? They're basically, they got a lot of what I'm doing. They have their merchandise. They talk into the camera. They talk about things. Basically, I'm doing the same thing that they doing. Just they have their own style, and they talk about their own things in their own ways. You know what I mean? So I think, well, why couldn't I get to that? So. But again, it would probably take years. I'm thinking some of these creators, they've probably been, like FJ's been out there at least 7, 8 years. But he's got like 1 million something subscribers. But the thing is that the guy works his butt off too. I mean, he's like, he puts on scripts and he changes costumes and wigs and mustaches. And I'm sure we've all seen FJ's stuff, man. He's brilliant, but he's talented, very talented and smart, when he comes up with this. But he comes up in like what an INFJ would say. Of course, he's got all the different ones, and he comes up with these different scenarios. I mean, but he's clever. But he's clever, and he's like very like almost like artistic. I mean, he's either that. Or I don't know if he went to like some kind of theatric college or something, or if he learned that, or if it's just natural. I don't know what it is. But yes, Frank James, FJ. That's what I mean, Frank James. Yes, I figured everybody knows him as FJ. Because that's his. That's his, stay cool and attractive. He's got his own, he's got his own catchphrase too, but my point is that you say it's a very niche channel. You're absolutely right. But there is, even with the INFJ, there are still tens of thousands of subscribers in some of these other niches. So they're still popular. Even Wennis, I mean, she's got up like, last I checked, I think she has 90. She's in the 90,000 something subscribership. I mean, she's not quite at 100,000, but again, she offers like courses and like boot camps, and she's got her thing. She's very successful, and so yeah, she's got. But again, as niche as it is, I mean, there are INFJ's channels that, like mine, that we there is a certain draw, even though it's very niche. There is still a market there, I think bottom line is because this type is very hungry to understand themselves above all. I mean, I always was. I think we always were. But one thing I do notice is that they don't put into their niche that I try to interject is the spirituality. Now this is where I think that I don't want to make it a focal point. Make it the whole thing. I'm not going to be all about it, but I think there's that element that I'd like to put in there. Now anybody, if you've all seen me and heard me before, I try to interject that in there because we have a spirituality side to us. That's what I think. This is one of the things that I try to put in there because that's who we are. But when I put that in there, I noticed that INFJs respond to those things. I mean, not necessarily one religion or another. I mean, I think a lot of it could be Christianity, but that's beside the point. The whole fact is the fact how spiritual we are, and that's one of the things I like to interject into this channel as well, because we are deeply spiritual. I know I have always been, and a lot of you I've talked to, and it seems as though many of you, if not, I mean, a good majority of you are very spiritual as well. Okay, I love crows. What are we talking about that? So Justin, I love crows. What does that mean? Do you record and save the lives and leave them on there for us to watch and availability. Yes, I did actually. Actually, I've had somebody in this fine audience was telling me they were looking for, and I know you know what I'm talking about. In this fine audience, or during a live, said that they were looking to see some of my rebroadcasts, and I said, "Oh, they're out there." I thought they were. They were stayed private. I had to release all the ones from private to public, and I try to dress them up with a thumbnail and everything. Yeah, they're out there. If you go on to my Brooke, if you go on to my channel page, my main page, you'll see you should see live. You'll see like shorts, you'll see videos, and you'll see live. And if you go, you'll see the whole. You'll see all of them come up. You'll see all the lives come up. Some of them I dressed up into a thumbnail and I put the date on there, the date that they were aired. Some of the earlier ones I didn't do that to, but you can find them. I've released them onto public. Yeah, Jethro. He's laughing. He knows what I'm talking about. I don't want to say a name, but yeah, we know. I knew you'd catch on to that. Yes, exactly. Jethro, you told me about that. No, we could thank Mr. Jethro for that. He was the one he was looking for the videos, and he says, "Hey, I can't find them. They must be still private." I'm like, why didn't I know that? It was about a month ago, so I finally released them. But as they get aired, as they get cycled, like this one here, I might release this in a couple of days. I'll put a thumbnail on it and I will release it. But they're released into their entirety. I noticed that some of the re-releases get more views too. They get they get view time, and they get viewed as well. So some people are watching them. I mean, I don't know if they're watching bits and pieces of them or parts of them or all of them, but I know that they're getting re-aired though. But that's how you do that, Brooke. Okay, if you'd like to, yeah, just like I said, just check out my main channel and go to live, and the list you'll see all the different ones, and you can see. Actually, my first live I had was probably about, gosh, I'm gonna say at least 6 months ago. It was last year sometime. My first live is in there, and then I think altogether I got a few of them in there. I do like I used to do one a month. Now I'm doing them like every week now. So never heard of him. Oh, who are we talking about? Who are we talking about? Yes, spiritual. Oh, you're talking about Frank James? Oh, you never heard of? Oh, I'm just talking about FJ. Yeah, we call him that. He's like, like I said, he's INFJ. He does the 16 personality types. I think that's the name of his show. If that's him, he's more comical. I mean, he did some of the early stuff. He used to do a lot of like INFJ talk and talk about. And he's very smart. I mean, I'll say one thing. I mean, in fact, he inspired me in a lot of ways. I mean, but then he got into the very comical ones, and those ones I think put him into like millions of subscribers. He's got like an empire. That guy, like his whole channel is like massive. Yeah, but like I said, but that's who he is. Yeah, Frank James. But see, sometimes I can't help it though. I mean, I try to plug other INFJ content creators. I mean, I'm not making a point to do that. I mean, I'm not in collaboration with them that I know of, but I do just want to point them out because they helped me out early on. I used to watch all of them. There's another one. Ever heard of Lauren? Lauren Spicella? She's another one. I listen to her occasionally, and she's like a teacher and stuff like that. She's got another INFJ channel. She's a little bit. She's got like 20 somewhat thousand subscribers. I don't think she's been around as long as the other ones, but she's sometimes she helps me out a little bit. Okay, so we got Tom. I just mentioned liking crowns because the Crown V. Oh, okay, all right, okay, crows. I thought so. I just the Crown said she is fine with being called Crown because she is goth. Oh, is that right? Okay. All right. Yeah, was she the one from Kansas City that wants to meet and go to the that Orthodox Egyptian temple? Was that the one? I'm trying to remember if that was one. Said, hey, there, go to that temple there. Okay, Jethro. I've actually found a special INFJ channel you all have to check out. Very intellectual stuff. Plus, I think he is a scholar of Carl Jung's writing. Okay, that's Brooke. LOL. Psychology Facts is the channel. Okay. Does he do some of those AI videos too? Like just a lot of like animation and things like that. There was one I was listening to. I think it was I don't know if it was that one. It was something psychology, and it was he wasn't like AI voice though. It sounded like he was making a point to talk in such a way where you couldn't mistake an AI voice. Very like you know, rises and declinations of the voice. You know, not like monotone like most of them are. And but very clever and just the way he described certain things. I was like, some of them are very brilliant. The way he just gone into detail about describing the way INFJs are. It's hard that I can't really give you an example, but Simon Sinky is one of my favorite INFJs on YouTube. Besides FJ, okay, all right. Simon's. I don't think I've heard of him. Really, Simon Sinek. Besides FJ, okay. I Yeah, like I said, there's quite a few of them out there. There's some are more like sometimes you check out the algorithm though. Occasionally, I went and I check the algorithm sometimes just to see like if who's out there. I see Jay Scott's out there, the INFJ Circle. Now he's pretty good. He's very down to earth. You know, when he talks, you know he's kind of like he kind of reminds me of myself. I mean, not like personality wise, but I mean just the way his style is. He tries to just tell it the way it is, and he describes the way we are, the way we think, and things like that. I mean, he's not exactly like me, but kind of just that laid back style is what I'm saying, you know. But so that's. But Simon, I don't think I've heard of Simon though. I'll have to kind of check that one out sometime. With FJ, you can't help but to see he puts out a new video, and some of his titles are funny. Like, what if all lunch meats were personalities, you know? And then like salami would be like a certain personality type, and then like cheddar jack would be another type. He comes up with this crazy stuff, you know? It's like, what if all the 16 personality types were buried alive? You know, how long? Who'd be the first one to, who would make it the whole 48 hours buried alive. And then he shows you these different, the different types that would leave too quick. You know what I mean? And then you always look to see what is he going to say about the INFJ one? Do they survive? Do they get out? How do they get out of it? But each one of them has a different scenario. I mean, he's funny though. I mean, he's clever as heck, and he acts every one of them out, which gets me. He's every character. He puts the wigs on and puts on the. Oh yeah, he's funny. Then sometimes he puts the girls' wigs on and he puts on like a sweater, but he still has like that 5 o'clock shadow. Like he don't shave, He's not trying to. He's just funny. He's like he acts out the girl role and stuff. I mean, he's hilarious though. He really is. So I gotta say, he does make me laugh though. But anyway, but like I said, it's always good to see all these different ones out there. But like I said, it is a niche thing. I guess my point was, this channel, this niche may be niche, but there is still an audience out there. There's still a very inquisitive audience, and you got to figure too. I mean, we got to figure too that they all watch all the different content creators. I mean, you're not just watching one and this is all you watch. You're going to watch different ones, and some you're gonna jive with better than other ones and things like that. So that's all. The way FJ roasts the ESTPs. Oh yeah, the EFTJs. Oh, the ESTJs. Oh, so he picks out certain ones. Yeah. he does that sometimes. Yeah, it's funny whenever he has like the ESTP type. They're always like the. I mean, it's hard to describe, you know. Oh, hey, I gotta drive my car, you know. Oh, check out. I want to pick up that enchilada over there. You know, talking about like he wants to hit on some girl. Ooh, check her out. You know, like that's an ESTP type. You know, he acts. He just acts out the what they'd say, and you know she was pretty accurate too. Like he studied just like their personalities so much and how they'd say it. Sometimes I listen to him too, right? And I'll try to like before he puts up what the personality is, and I try to figure out which ones they are. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's the ESFJ or whatever. You try, and sometimes I'm accurate. Sometimes I'm like I'm close, but you can tell sometimes he starts off like with a phrase that you could tell they're extroverted. Then one how they're a sensor, and how they're but he's brilliant with how he puts the scripts together. I mean, how I mean, I'm not sure how he does it, but he's smart. So that's what I mean. He's just that's what gets him that's what got him like as big as he was though. But the funny thing is, he's it's funny how if you look at his early videos when he's just sitting kind of like he's sitting in his room and he's like, "Hey, what's up there?" You know, and he's talking and he's kind of got his long hair and he's got like a young look. Like he looks younger. He's got kind of a deer in the headlight look about him, and he's talking and he's trying to describe, and he sounds kind of like, he's just very ad lib. Like he's just talking like off the cuff like I am now. I mean, he's smart, but he's trying to think of what to say. But he's inquisitive. You could tell he's INFJ-ish. But then you look at how he evolved, and then you look at his videos. It's like he changed. Like he grew up. All of a sudden, just something developed in him. He went from that kind of that kind of guy sitting in his room recording a video, like I said, with the doe eyes, into this colossal like comedian almost, like with the costumes. He transformed into that. It's like you kind of could see how he changed. But I mean, it's just to see that whole transformation, how he evolved. I mean, you could just see it's how he opened up. So it must. I don't know what it was that got into him. Maybe it was the whole inspiration, the way he did his YouTube. But yeah, it's amazing stuff. My other favorite INFJ channels is Clay Arnell. Now I've heard of that guy. Yes, I've heard of Clay Arnell. Yeah, now he's married. He's got a wife, and him and his wife do it. And I think she's an INFJ too. They both are the same personality types, and they're married, and they do like they talk about their marriages and things. I've seen him before. I mean, I don't watch him a lot. I just know who he is. Yeah, but but then there's a few other ones out there. There's quite a few. I mean, not quite a few. I mean, there's still limited, but there's some. But obviously, these are the ones that are big on YouTube. And a lot of times you go on to the algorithm. Sometimes I go to the algorithm just to see how long my shorts or how long my videos are in there. I've noticed too, like if I upload a video and I go through all the process of getting my video, let's say, I get my video ready to go. I process it. I hold it 48 hours, and I get it into the algorithm. And sometimes I check, and I see it's in there. It's ready to go. And then sometimes within 18 hours, it's gone already. Like it won't stick around long. Some of my shorts are in there though. Some of my INFJ shorts that I put out a long time ago are still in there. Like those are in there. I guess I do have a couple of those that are linking new people to come in, but my videos don't stay in there as long as some of the other ones. Maybe it's because I'm still fringe. I don't have as many likes and clicks or whatever yet. You know what I mean? I'm still kind of small. I'm still the small guy. But some of these other ones that have been like very established, like I said, like Frank Scott, Jay Scott. I see a lot of Frank James stuff in there, like million hits and everything. These are in there from years ago. They stay there. And a lot of wins stuff. So some of the big ones, some of the ones that are very well established. So so sometimes I'm curious. I just check to see how the algorithm is holding on to my videos, and like I said, they don't hold them that long, occasionally. But the shorts, there's a couple of shorts that just keep staying in there, that keep getting like that just they keep in there. I guess because they keep getting shared, they keep getting hit. I've got a couple of them like that. I asked Clay Arnott a question about emotional intelligence once, and he played my voice asking the question on his channel. Oh, okay. All right. Now, how can you do that? Did he have kind of a? Can you do a voice thing with some of them? Can you actually record your? I mean, is there an ability to do that? Obviously, there is, right? I would think. See, is there something to do that on a live? I don't know. I just know we have. I don't know what that capability is, but yeah. So he answered your question, played your voice. Well, that's good. That's good. I wish I could do something like that. Maybe someday I can figure these things out. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you put out you text something, and I talk to you, and I'm reading out loud what you're saying. So we're out there. I'm seeing everything, and like I said, I try to make sure I connect with everybody I can, you know. But okay, I wonder if I'm going to have to plug in my phone. It's been 3 hours. I don't want to lose anybody. I might have to put my charger cord in there. So let me see if I can find that. Actually, people, if you can bear with me for just a minute. Now, I'm just going to let you know what's going to happen. I'm going to disconnect I have to disconnect my shotgun microphone, and I got to charge up my phone, okay? So I'm just going to do that. So this is going to be a little bit of a switch over here, okay? So I'm going to start sounding different here for just a second, but just bear with me, please. Okay? All right. All right, people. Okay, we're back. I just had to clear out something on the back here. So let's do another sound check here. Sound check's good. Oh, Vamp is saying the sound. Okay, I don't need to do one. I'm going to take your word for it. I got my technical advisor tells me that my sound check is good. Thank you for that, Vamp. I appreciate that. Okay. Well, anyway, I knew I got about 3 hours on this phone on a full charge, and I kept thinking, I'm going to die here. I've done that before in the past, and some of you have seen that. And hey, but I learned from my mistakes. You know what I mean? So I thought, okay, it's going over 3 hours, so I better plug this thing in. Okay. So that's what we did, Yeah, yeah, but just to get back to it, yeah. So I guess the whole thing is, again, it comes down to just understanding that yes, there are definitely a lot of other content creators out there, and a lot of these ones inspire me. I see them making it. I see how they're doing it, but I see some of the work they're doing, and I try to take inspiration from them as well, and try to say, okay, if they're succeeding here, what are they doing? Well, they're just putting out videos. They're connecting. They're doing that, and eventually, when they reach certain milestones, I mean, they're able to, put out content out there, or they're putting out courses, or they're putting out ebooks, or they're putting out merchandise, whatever they're doing, or they're getting sponsorships. So yeah, they're making something out of their channel. I mean, that's part of the evolution of having a channel. So, so then I'm thinking, well, but it's all going to start from somewhere. I mean, the whole setting these ground roots, setting down your seeds is this first introductory into your channel, basically. Like what I'm doing. Like I said, it took me. It's going on like 10 months. Let me see, June. Yeah, roughly 10 months, and now it's that close to getting to the 1,000. And of course, there's still work to be done. But I mean, they all had to do something similar to that as well. I mean, so, but I guess that's all part of laying down groundworks. But I know some of these channels have been around for many years now. I know Wennis. If you look at her start date, she's been doing it over 10 years. Yeah. So she's well established. So she's been doing it quite a while. And she's built up quite a channel. Yeah, very quite a channel. And so, I mean, you look at some of these other ones. I think again, Jay Scott's been around for several years. So I see that as saying, well, okay, it takes a long time. It takes years in order to get that kind of audience, that kind of you know subscribers and people coming into your channel, obviously. So, all right. So I think, well, all right. But the thing is not to give up. I mean, that's one thing I remember learning early on was say, just don't give up. You got to keep this up. So I guess but I'm still doing it, you know. But the thing is, I'm getting to like this though. Like I said, I couldn't wait to go live. You know what I mean? Okay, so sound check's good. All right, all right. That's enough. A little bit about that. Does anybody have any questions or concerns? Anybody new out there that's maybe listening to the channel that's just found me out there, that's found the channel that would like to introduce themselves, maybe ask a question, a concern about a video you might have seen? If so, this would be the time. And of course, like I said before, if you could, give the thumbs up on this so we can expand the algorithm as well. If all the people can like this video, we can expand this and open it up. You know, yeah, to the massive algorithm that we're trying to tap into here too as well. So, but anyway, that's bottom line. Where the state of the channel is just that. So, but again, it's kind of like it. To me, I think of it's more like it's a hobby. It's not even just a hobby. It's kind of like it's got so much wrapped into it. It's kind of an adventure in a way. It's also, like I said, there's a connection. There's a connection to all of you out there. There's a connection to how's everyone's week? You know, like I said, there's a connection to all of you as well. And so there's so much that goes on that I've noticed in just doing the channel as far as that goes, you know. Uh, but like I said, as far as the INFJ journey goes, ultimately, um, I can only say that you know, as much as we struggle through our life, and that's some of the things that we have. Um, just knowing that eventually we do develop. I mean, the development is what I think we all have to know, that we need encouragement to know that it's there, that it will happen. Sometimes I think we need channels just to let people know that you are going to find something that is going to be wonderful. You will have, because your mind already, the way you're built as an INFJ, I mean, you're built not only intellectually, not only with sensing, not only with a vast inner world and a vast amount of intuition, but also a deep and a complex understanding of your spirit. You have you have a lot of just a conglomerate of things that are going to awaken. Right now, early in your life, these things may seem like they're unrefined, they're raw, they're unrehearsed, and they're confusing. And yeah, and this is your earlier development in your life, but you need to survive these moments. I mean, and I can only say that because I was led down some places that could have cost me my life several times early on in my confusing, reckless years of my life. And this is the part of the INFJ that I'm very, I guess I'm concerned about, is the youth, is that getting past that initial phase of our life. These are the critical times. I mean, as long as you just stay safe and have enough of an understanding in yourself. Hopefully, you have decent parents or decent somebody that can advise you. Maybe like me. I would hope that. I wish I had me back when I was a kid, basically, because these are the most trying parts of our life. Our life gets better as we get older. This is one thing about the INFJ. A lot of people are, so many people are afraid of getting old. they dread it. Their youth is what it is, and when they think they get gray hair or they get old, and they dread it. Now, I know there's a physical aspect of growing older. Is sometimes it's a downer, but in the spiritual, mental clarity, and awareness of your consciousness with the INFJ, I can only say that this is your glory time of your life, and you will reach that. And it's gonna, but you have to have your life be like I said, and you have to experience all these things. This is all part of your forging moments. Yeah, but that's mainly what it is. Is I'd like to be that voice of a guide. INFJs need to be guided in some way, not need to be, but there has to be kind of an understanding that, yeah, you aren't alone. Because the worst thing that I ever felt in my life was thinking there was nobody else like me, going through a whole life. And you can all testify to this, that we are all, if we feel as though we are alone going through this, yeah, that it's very daunting. But when you realize that we're all going through this together, at least knowing that, there's something to look forward to. Basically, that clarity that you find as you develop into your life. So this is why I do it. This is why I'm here for that. And again, that that's a fulfillment of a sense of purpose for me. I feel like that's a duty in my life now. And that's a fulfilling feeling right there. It really is. How is everybody's week? Okay. Uh, so made it through. How about yourself? Okay. My question is okay, Crowd V. Let's see. My question is so that I could understand my INFJ besties better. When an INFJ is intense, how can I not take what they are saying to heart personally? Let me see. Let me read that. Is that okay? Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to just try to read that question. My question is so that I could better understand my INFJ besties better. When an INFJ is intense, how can I not take what they are saying to heart or personally? Um, hmm. Well, I mean, if you have best friends that are INFJs and they're getting intense, and if they're saying things, I would hope if they're your best friends. I mean, I would hope that you would understand they have a certain level of. If they're your besties, then they're their besties for a reason, right? Yeah, and you would hope that you understand them enough to know that that they're not getting personal to you. And usually, if they are an INFJ, they will make sure that if knowing them, if they get intense for a minute and they mouth off and they spew, just give them a few minutes. Give them about an hour. They'll be like, I probably sounded like a jerk. I spewed off a little bit. I really didn't mean that. They're going to tell you. If they're INFJs, more than likely, they're going to come around and they're just going to, they're going to overthink what they said. And if it rubbed you the wrong way, they're going to know it. So they're going to tell you. How about that? If that's what you're talking about, other INFJs, yeah, we're going to, because it bugs us to know that we did something or said something that rubbed somebody the wrong way. In fact, it might bug us for days until we correct it. I know I'm like that. Okay. So leave it up to them. How about that for an answer? I hope that's the answer you're looking for. That's the way I look at that. Okay. Genesis and daughter free apple from the kitchen. Oh, what's that? Oh, you're talking. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. You're just kind of talking amongst each other. I love that. The, oh, okay. Thanks. That was helpful. Yeah. Well, I appreciate the question, but yeah, I'd say, uh, okay. See, some of the stuff I'm seeing, I see a lot of you just kind of having conversations amongst each other. That's good. But bottom line is, yeah, people. That I think is the main thing that we have to we have to understand is that our life is so uh, it just needs, sometimes it just needs, we need inspiration from each other in some ways. Other people that, we hear the voice out there that somebody else is like similar to us, like we have a similarity with somebody that's going through the same things, and they, a lot of times we just don't feel so alone when we have some kind of a support, because that's one of the worst feelings I think I've ever had, was knowing that we're so isolated and we know nobody else like us, and we're so rare. We've never met anybody quite like us. And they're really, I mean, so we're kind of, we feel alone. All right. Now, again, I told the story about my mom. Okay. Now, my mom, I believe, after knowing her, I've told you the story. My mom, I believe, was an INFJ, but she was trying to guide me the best way she could. But at the same time, I was still troubled because I had my own issues with her. I mean, I know she had mistakes. There was times that she was trying to talk some sense into me. I think she did guide to an extent, but I still had a lot of my own angst I had to learn on my own the hard way, you know? Yeah, I think so. Oh, mom, oh, your mom's a fellow INFJ like yourself. I don't know for sure. I only know her from history. My mom passed away. It's going on 5 years. But even before that, she was old. She was kind of losing her faculties for probably the last 20 before that. But growing up as a youngster, growing up as a teenager, my mom exhibited all the traits of this personality type in a lot of ways. And from everything I know about the INFJ, I don't know what else to classify her as. Just so it's my own memory and my own observation. Again, I don't know that for sure. It's just from what I know about her. And yeah, she had all that. And I've told the story before. This is not the first time I'm bringing that up. Uh, your young boy gave me a hug before he left Friday. Uh, oh, okay. So yeah, but well, what I guess what I'm trying to say is, my mom was, and I think she had a lot of insight, and she tried her best to talk some sense into me. And I mean, she would go into talks. She was a talker, kind of like I am, but she would always talk about the your inner spirit and how it longs, and things like that. She would talk about how we have a longing for God, and this is a lot of what our empty heart is all about. Yeah, she used to talk like that. This is a lot of that. I get part of that from her, but a lot of it is my own realizations as well. Yeah, she used to talk a lot that bad about that. But at the time, I still was very confused. I mean, my father was out of the picture. I mean, so there was things going on in my life still. I mean, so as much as my mom tried to talk, you know, I still wasn't listening to everything she said. It wasn't until later on, like as I get older, I started realizing that, some of the things she meant were true. You know what I mean? Some of her spiritual talks, but yeah. But it wasn't until, like I said, I didn't appreciate a lot of what she said until later on as I got older. And then I realized, Ma, you kind of figure out and say, Ma, you did your best. You had a lot in your plate. You had sons. You just got over a divorce. You were trying to support me and my brothers, and she had her own thing. She was trying to, like, her own inner demons. She was trying to work out as well. So my mom she suffered a lot too. My mom suffered greatly. And she lost my brother. My brother died when he was 31 years old. I mean, he died tragically. She had to deal with that. That tore my mother apart. When I mean, my mom had a lot of, yeah, she suffered dearly. I'll tell you, she never was the same after we lost my brother Jim. And she was always even more sensitive and more like, just, so she had a lot of things she had to deal with in herself. So, but That sounds great. Oh, 100%. Yeah, but that's beside the point, you know. But I think a lot of times is that's basically what we need to know is that we have some kind of support system that somebody out there is just going through what we did, and and then we hear the way they talk, and sometimes just knowing that we get that kind of support system. That's basically the best thing we can offer, you know. So, all right. But okay. So anyway, how long have I been here? I've been over 3 hours. We got 11 watching. Okay, awesome, awesome. And I like to see a lot of like I said, we got a lot of the regulars. Now, people, now I can see some of the regulars that I see here. Um, these lives, I mean, they must be. Yeah, I know you like these lives. Is maybe you could leave some comments. Let me know. Is there anything else I could talk about that would, I mean, certain subjects? I try to come up with the best subjects I can. I try to come up with good topics. And sometimes I got to tell you the truth. I try to think and I try to come up with stuff. And I know I got to keep talking about stuff. And sometimes I run out of fuel sometimes. I don't want to, but sometimes, you know, I just, oh, oh, wait. I heard Tom read the message you sent containing Genesis and apples, and I thought the Garden of Eden. Oh, jeez. Oh, you still have the golden pear path. Oh, that's right, Jethro. You've been talking about that. Hey, I did a latest video on relationships. I just put it out. It was basically, I don't know if anybody saw the latest videos I put out. It was one about oh, it had to do with a lot of it, why we're bad at relationships, why INFJs are chronically single, and I mean it's not across the board. I mean, not everybody. We still have relationships, but typically why we have our singleness. But I thought about it after I recorded that. I should have said that somebody else had mentioned that now there are certain romantic MBTI type matches, and I thought about your golden pair, about that one, how certain personality types match up with other certain personality types romantically and things like that. After I recorded the video and after I loaded it, I thought, man, I forgot to mention that. I just got so wrapped up in what I was saying, but it was actually a pretty good video. I mean, it was about just basically how we have certain divides in us. I mean, and it was going back, basically talking about the psychology is how we're in conflict. Well, what we expect in our mate and what we're looking to find and how it conflicts. Basically, it's all about that. I can go into it a little bit if you like, since I'm going to get on that subject. A lot of times I think INFJs, the way we're built, is yes, we're looking for a companionship, we're looking for mates, but also we have a deeper longing within our mates, and I believe it's that spiritual calling. Not only do we want to have a romantic mate, a romantic somebody that we're with, but also we have the longing to be almost connected spiritually with our soulmate. That's why we're calling them soulmates, because it's basically just that. INFJs, I think, because of the way we're built, we're deeply emotional, and we have our emotions, we have our logic, but we have our longing, but also we have that longing for connection. That FE, of course, longs for connection, but when it comes to a romantic partner, the connection becomes more than just physical, more than just like romantic. It actually becomes a spiritual bond. I mean, there is a bonding spiritually that they long for. Now, I think most of the types look for this in a sense, this spiritual bond, and I think it's a natural one between man and woman. Okay, this natural spiritual bond is there. But I think in a INFJs especially, this one particular type that we have is it's deeper. It's much deeper. In fact, it's an integral part of what they need to feel in their to feel fulfilled in a relationship, basically. All right. That was the basis of what that video was about. And I'm wording it different now. Um, but a lot of times I think when if we don't pick that, let's just say we go through our life and we're not looking for that golden pair, like you said, Jethro. Okay, let's just say you're looking for somebody that, if that's not there, if maybe it's an incompatible one, let's go with that, right, Jethro? A lot of times I think that incompatibility just turns into a more of a surface level relationship. And usually the INFJ is not totally fulfilled with that. They may get into the physicality, they may get into the romantic part, but there's a certain element that's missing. And a lot of times I think human beings in general, I think a lot of times romantic relationships in general have a lot of incompletions, and a lot of times people aren't happy because they're not getting that, whether they know it or not. I think there's a certain element of spirituality that is missing within couples, because I think a lot of times when people are not already spiritually, let's just say we're not looking for a completion within our soul. Let's just say we're not really God-based people, and we're more worldly based people, and some types are like that. Let's just say when a man and a woman, when they are together and they lack that spiritual connection with God, let's say, now they're trying to fill that spiritual void that they have an incompletion of with each other. Now, when they don't have that true soul connection within themselves, they're looking for it in each other, and neither one can actually sustain that. Then it becomes almost like an empty void of spirit within a romantic relationship. And this is when the dysfunction seems to happen in the human race. Now, this is all types. I mean, I'm not saying it's just INFJs. This, I think, has a lot to do with it. Okay, is that spiritual incompletion between a couple is where it causes all this angst and conflict between the two. Now, you look at some of these couples that are more spiritually based, more God based. I think a lot of these there's a little bit more of a completion in there. I mean, not necessarily always, as long as it's a genuine one. You look at some of these rare relationships, and these are the ones that seems to endure the most. But when you take that spiritual element out of a relationship, and you start to have these dysfunctional relationships in your life. Now, okay, the video I said wasn't exactly like that, but it was basically based on that. That's how we're incomplete in that way. That we lack that. Now, INFJs, being that we are a very spiritual ones based, we typically feel this even more so. I said that's an element I like to interject into this channel, is that we have that spirituality, that long uh, for God, for God's code. Okay, whether we know it or not, whatever religion or lack thereof we have, even atheistic INFJs still have a level of spirituality. They may not call it. It may not be God. It may be just, but it's still spiritual in some way, shape, or form. But if we don't have that, and we don't have a connection with our soulmate, our mate, then there's an incompletion there. And a lot of times, INFJs, if they're not feeling that completion within their mate, there's something missing there. They can never quite fully feel love. They will never quite commit to a love. And if they do, they start pulling back. We start drifting away from these relationships. Uh, okay, that's what we do. If we don't feel that bond, that love connection, that spiritual connection, because of the incompletion, we tend to drift. And then all of a sudden these begin to get draining. And when they're not completing, then they're conflicting with us. We're getting drained. even more so than a typical social relationship. We're even drained faster because of a dysfunctional, not a complete love relationship. So then we might need to be apart more than we are. So INFJs will start drifting apart. Maybe they stop calling, they start ghosting because now they need to start getting a hold of themselves. They start retreating back into themselves, back into their isolation. Okay. So now I'm talking a lot about my own experience, people. This was my relationships. Okay. That's why I've told you before, my relationships only lasted a few months. And these were the events that took place. And I've talked to some of you, and you have similar events happen to you as well. This is why it's happening. It basically comes down to an INFJ is an all or nothing as well. Either we're all in love, not even partial, but if it's not a complete love, if it's not that soul love that we're looking for, then we would rather have nothing. So it's almost like an all or nothing. Or an INFJ would rather be alone in without a relationship than one that is unfulfilling. That's what it all boils down to. Okay, that's the way we are built. Now that's my take on that, and I think that has a lot to do with the psychology of our. Okay, why am I buffering here? Okay. All right, I just buffered for a couple seconds there, people. Uh, am I? Okay. Okay. Oh, hello, people. Say, listen, I'm not sure what's happening. I don't. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. So, so if you can hear me, I'm going to have to probably end this broadcast soon. If you can hear. Okay, just end this broadcast anyway. Okay. All right. Point. But I would like to have another one. Okay, if you can hear me. All right. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go myself. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to shut down, people, if you can hear me. And I'm kind of losing my broadcast anyway, all right? So I will see you again. I may do one again tomorrow. I'm not sure yet, but if I find time, I may, if you can hear me, okay? All right.